We believe, says a yard sign tucked beneath the cherry tree. And the white picket fence in a cul-de-sac where children play with friends. All the nice white liberals taking walks on the nice white liberal street. Harry smiles and says to Jane, he says, I don't see color, everyone's the same. While Jose is mowing his grass, he commuted for an hour to earn his scraps. All the nice white liberals taking walks on the nice white liberal street. They say intentions paved the road to hell, but I can say we all mean well. 'Cause I'm a nice white liberal myself. Shane and Brooke went by on the path. She's got a Black Lives Matter emblem on her mask. She says, I feel their pain with all of my heart. Yeah, the poor need homes, just not in my backyard. All the nice white liberals taking walks on the nice white liberal street. They say intentions paved the road to hell, but I can say we all mean well. 'Cause I'm a nice white liberal myself. Yeah, I'm a nice white liberal myself. We believe, says a yard sign tucked beneath the cherry tree. And the white picket fence in a cul-de-sac where children play with friends. All the nice white liberals taking walks on the nice white liberal street. Harry smiles and says to Jane, he says, I don't see color, everyone's the same. While Jose is mowing his grass, he commuted for an hour to earn his scraps. All the nice white liberals taking walks on the nice white liberal street. They say intentions paved the road to hell, but I can say we all mean well. 'Cause I'm a nice white liberal myself. the brook went by on the path. She's got a Black Lives Matter emblem on her mask. She says, I feel their pain with all of my heart. Yeah, the poor need homes, just not in my backyard. All the nice white liberals taking walks on the nice white liberal street. They say intentions paved the road to hell, but I can say we all mean well. 'Cause I'm a nice white liberal myself. Yeah, I'm a nice white liberal myself.
All right. Okay. So, who's ready for some Jordan Peterson torture, as I like to call it? Jordan Peterson, he's really interesting in the sense that he's like not like a dumb person. He's sometimes very thoughtful, but he says the most terrible things. And I don't know what's up with him. Like, it's like I love to hate him. And so the problem with him is I think he meanders on some of the worst things ever. Like, he's just like, oh, there's some nuance here. Let's explore this really terrible idea that we've all like debunked a long time ago. Let's just do that. Okay. And then like all of a sudden, like all these incels are, supporting him, or alt-right people. And he's like, oh, well, how did that happen? Well, I don't know, Jordan Peterson. How did that happen? So he's sometimes incredibly frustrating, actually most of the time. I don't think he's void of compassion. I think he does have compassion. I have seen a couple incidences where he's been very compassionate to people that are hurting, but I think he has some really bad ideas. So I thought maybe we could go through some of these bad ideas together. And so, yeah. Hey, Alma Rose, good to see you. Yay. Vedrana, good to see you. Steve McCrae, manager, good to see you. Stacy's Moon and Stars. The day the incels rally behind me, gonna stop and reflect. Yeah, you'd have to ask questions about yourself. Yeah. Don't know who the guy is, but I'm ready for a roast. Oh my gosh. Well, he's the guy that sounds like Kermit. And he's like, okay, imagine here. I don't know. I can't really do his voice. I don't do a good Kermit, but yeah, he's got a Kermit voice pretty much. You're not familiar with Jordan Peterson either? What? Okay, so Jordan Peterson is like, I don't know, just like I guess Ben Shapiro. They kind of get touted out as intellectual, I don't know, champions of some conservatism. And both of them have terrible ideas. So of course I watch a lot of Ben Shapiro and I watch a lot of Jordan Peterson, and I'm like, ugh. And so that I don't know if you've ever seen a lot of the Ben Shapiro shorts, but a lot of times he has shorts where he is reviewing people, oftentimes LGBTQ people, and they'll be like, "Hi, I'm non-binary," and he'll be like, "Ah," and he has this look of disgust, ugh, and that disgust face. I sometimes have that face when I'm reviewing Jordan Peterson. I make that same disgust face, just going in the other direction. So it's very, very frustrating. But I guess I'm a glutton for punishment. I always pay attention to what the other side does. You have to understand too. I was originally a conservative Christian who voted Republican. I said inflammatory things at like 19. I said I would be a Republican for life. I said I voted for George W. Like, it's like, I don't know. I was very indoctrinated and very much in my own world. Like, I didn't have a lot of experience outside of my box. And so I definitely started to see things differently as, life sort of went on. So some people can change. I know that a lot of people start as liberals and then they move to conservatism. I was the opposite direction. So I started out as a conservative and definitely moved to liberalism. I'm a gun-toting liberal, so it makes me a really bad liberal, but I am a liberal. So let's see here. I'm just checking out chat real quick. Let's see. Why won't it let me select the next person? Let me see here. There we go. Shadow Tear says he let his daughter put him into a medically induced coma instead of just dealing with the side effects of a benzo addiction. I heard about that. Does not sound like it's a good move at all, but here we are. Just really strange. Yeah. But you know, the eccentric and the rich can do a lot. Let's see here. Lose your grammar. You'll have to reflect. I don't know what that means, but okay. I don't know why I have a delay. Hopefully, oh gosh, I don't understand what is wrong with my streaming all the time here. So let me try something. I'm going to change the quality of my streaming and see if it goes up. So 1 second here. I'm going to go settings. We are going to go the most ghetto potato streaming ever. Let's do, we'll do, right now I am, oh, it's not letting me. It used to let me switch midstream. It's not letting me. So I'm at 720p. And that should be okay typically. But lately, I don't know what is wrong with StreamYards. They did something and it just is terrible to me now. So my laptop is like 6 years old, at least, maybe 7 now. So, I mean, that might be some of it too. Jordan Peterson is actually educated. Ben Shapiro, not so much. I don't know. I would challenge you on that. I think Ben Shapiro graduated Harvard. Let me double check. Where did Ben I'm going to look it up. Where did Ben Shapiro graduate college? Let's see. Let's see. Here's the Wikipedia. Good question. University of California. Oh, and Harvard University. So under Harvard University, it says JD. Please excuse me because I do not know what JD means. He's got a BA from the University of California in Las Vegas. And then he's got a JD from Harvard University. Let me look that up and see what that is. What is a JD? Let's see. Juris Doctor. A 3U program of study that gives students intellectually foundations for legal study and practice. Okay. So I just learned a thing. Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. I knew something about Harvard. I didn't know that he was University of California. So that's good to know. Let's see. I remember being 18 and a ban on non-married households adopting was on the ballot. Whoa. Really? I didn't see a problem with it until I realized which people couldn't marry in 2004. That's when I left. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, considering he had to go to Russia to get it done. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's pretty weird. Live chat spackle. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Jello shots. Have you had experience with another person's box yet? Bro. Is that a lesbian joke? I feel like that's a lesbian joke. Jello shots always makes lesbian jokes at me. He likes my lesbian flannels and trucker hats, and he likes to needle me. You get away with that better than anybody. Like most people would be like, I'm gonna deck you, but you, sir, I love you. So I hope you're okay. I haven't seen you in forever. Ozzy is actually one of Jordan Peterson's classed a long time ago. I don't know what class is, but I remember, he was in one of his classes. Is that what you're saying? I remember him defending Jordan Peterson when we were in Discord. And I was sort of on, I remember Hannah was like, Jordan Peterson, arr. And I was like, well, Jordan Peterson, let's take apart his ideas. And Ozzy's like, what's wrong with Jordan Peterson? And so And so I remember us kind of battling out in Discord. I would love to have that conversation again on live on air. I think it would be really interesting. So Ozzy, if you're down, we can make this happen. So withdrawals are hell. If you didn't have to suffer to get clean, you would have less opiate addicts. Okay, yeah. I think people get hooked on it, right? And that's part of it is the physical dependency, right? That's what is part of it. Let's see here. Lol, Spackle Girl, I'm listening to you from way back in the beginning. So way back, but it's funny. You and I are such opposites. I was a Dem liberal and moved to the other side. Oh, okay. Yeah. So interesting. Well, if you knew how conservative I was, like, I mean, like really, like I believed that sex belonged to marriage. You know, like I was really hardcore. Like that's a big one that most people fidget on now. They're like fudge it on, you know, like all sorts of, you know, religious ideas mixed with political ideas. I was extremely patriotic. I used to believe that America was the best country in the world. I don't anymore. I love my country. I do. But I don't think we're necessarily the best at everything. I think that there's some things that we aren't the best at. So but yeah, I used to be pretty diehard. But I mean, you know, I love my America. It's just that I think that we could do things differently sometimes. So, all right. So I'm gonna watch our new torture, which is Jordan Peterson. Why not? I'm probably gonna get flagged and have this video demonetized and or maybe struck from at least Canada, but we'll see how it works, you know, because he's Canadian. But I want to say that this does fall under fair use. And this is going to involve criticism and commentary, though I am not as educated as Jordan Peterson is. So, you know, there's that. I have some college, so, you know, there we go. But I do have opinions and ideas, and I'm sure the chat will as well. The chat might find agreement in some of the things that he says. If you agree with them, it's all right. Nobody's going to ban you. The rule is that, like, people can have differences of opinions and still, you know, coexist in chat, and that's okay. So let's see here. All right, let's see if I can. I'm going to try to. His daughter drives me wild. I might do her as well. Well, that sounds wrong. I might do her. I might review her as well sometime, but one at a time here. One at a time. So I'm trying to decide if I want to wear my glasses or not. I'm in this weird stage of my life where eyes after 40. Apparently, I can't see either with my glasses or without, because I'm starting to get farsighted, which is just wonderful. So he's got a lot of weird ideas. We can cover so many different subjects. Should we start with the emergency of pornography and Playboy? I have opinions on that are actually more conservative, believe it or not. Marilyn Monroe and the Short Game and Misery. Technical morality and mating strategies. Fatherlessness, early puberty, and is a deadly combination. Madonna becoming your own parody. Well, I agree with that. Maiden mother matriarch. I'm just looking at these subjects here. Are men and women different? The pill, voluntary reproductive control, trivializing the body, living for the mind. Is all sexual expression valuable? The reinvention of marriage, removing the principles of sex. He likes sex a lot in this, by the way. The death grip syndrome of impotence. Wait, the death grip syndrome? Impotence? I don't know what that means. Desperation, reduction, detrimental self-training. Only's fans, women cease to be women. Oh, apparently if you're an Only's fans, you cease to be a woman. Newsflash. Let's see, short-term, long-term female attractiveness, temperance, alcohol, fuel, sexual and domestic abuse sometimes. Is marriage consent? Oh, gosh, gray areas and Me Too. Oh, God, I'm sensing some Tommy Hall there, where Tommy Hall used to say you could not be ARD in marriage. Yeah, that was an argument. Oh, the great debate days. where we would have conversations like this and we would be like in shock because the things that people would defend sometimes was just interesting. The plight of the unsophisticated male, the difference between male and female status. So that's what, if you've done your loops around YouTube with a lot of the conservative men that are kind of appealing to these sometimes incels, but sometimes just like conservative young men that feel like they've been slighted in the world. There's a lot of talk about status and the value of women. And in this talk, there is repeated, really old school kind of Bronze Age logic of like, as soon as you sleep with X amount of people, you're devalued as a woman. Like that's just like one of the things that keeps coming up. Like, it's just, whoa, it's just repetitive. So I'm curious to know if he's going to hit on that, like Andrew Tate. By the way, Jordan Peterson's daughter went to visit Andrew Tate. Isn't that interesting? So let's see here. The incoming sexual counter-revolution, praise be under his eye. Okay. Women test men for aggression. Men test women for impulsivity. Nietzsche, prudishness is the guise of cowardice. Is rape a property crime? That is what brought me here to this video. Is rape a property crime? I want to tell you right now, that's a trigger warning when we hit that. There might be a few trigger warnings. This one's a big one. I've seen this clip a few times on Twitter. It's what kind of brought me here. I mean, I've been watching Jordan Peterson for a while, but I think I was on Twitter and Shannon Q was just like, what the and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I usually follow Jordan Peterson. I haven't seen him be a R apologist. She's like, yeah, he's an R apologist. I said, oh, really? This is really bad over here. So we're going to check that out in a bit. We're not going to start there. We're going to swarm up to that. Christianity and feminism, women starting a business. I don't know what that's. And the tide is turning. Okay. So that is a lot of subjects. I don't know if I need to split this into like segments because it is a lot. It is an hour and 45 minutes. And when you do a review, it takes a long time to get through it. So we're going to pick out something that maybe I'll agree with, which might be the emergence of pornography. Now, I want to caveat before I get started that if you're a sex worker, I defend your rights to be a sex worker. I think that sex work should be legalized. I also don't think it's generally beneficial for society. And I have an argument for that. But I also think that not everything that's beneficial or not beneficial needs to have a legal law against it. So one of the things I weigh in is this law doing more harm than more help? And I think a lot of laws that we make against folks that are in sex work is actually harming people. And so like I have kind of a nuance there, but do I particularly like sex work? Absolutely not. I like people who happen to be sex workers in our community, and I've liked them as people. But I generally like, it's just like kind of, some people don't like if you work at Chick-fil-A. I don't particularly like if you blow for money, it's just kind of a thing. But we all have our opinions, right? So anyway, I think the sound's turned on here. So if you don't have the sound to the video, let me know and I will try to fix it. But I think it is on and I'm ready to go. We're going to start with the emergence of pornography and Playboy. I'm sure, it'll be interesting. I think Jordan Peterson isn't even pro fapping, so we'll see how this goes.
Traditional marital concepts. Louise is also the director of the Other Half, new non-feminist think tank, and the host of Maiden, Mother, Matriarch, a developmental progression, a podcast about politics. Hello, Louise. Thank you very much for agreeing to talk to me today. You wrote
Louise.
Rather controversial book recently. Let's talk book. I'm going to walk through and give everybody a headings. Chapter 1, sex must be taken seriously. So that doesn't sound like much fun. Number 2, men and women are different. Well, that'll get you in trouble. That's for sure too. So some desires are bad. Loveless sex is not empowering. Consent is not enough. And people are not products. Well, if you were trying to pick a fight in today's society, particularly with those on the left, I would say. You couldn't have picked 6 more contentious titles for chapters, with the possible exception of people are not products. I suppose most people on the left, even the radicals, would agree with that statement, but the rest of it pretty much.
I think some of these subjects would be contentious in the 1960s. It's not like it's recent stuff. It's like some of this is like really like we've been here, done this. What? And also like some of this is contentious within Republican women. Like I would think like some of this is already kind of eyebrow raising already. This like even if you are on the conservative spectrum, not everybody is a social conservative. Some people are fiscal conservative. So this sounds like social conservatism, which usually borrows and dips out of religion, typically.
Runs counter to, I would say, the juvenile delusion present culture. I was interested today. I was going through your book again, and I noticed once again that you started with the story of Marilyn Monroe and Hugh Hefner. And I was just talking to my wife about that the other day. I think it was probably in a conversation motivated by the fact that this podcast was coming up, and we talked about the pornographic recourse, you might say, was Playboy. But that soon multiplied like a hydra. And first of all, there was Playboy, and it had some pretensions to something like culture, and there was a certain style associated with it, and a certain, what would you call it, veneer of sophistication. It was all jazz.
Well, I think the veneer of sophistication typically started with Playboy, which is a little more stylish, and the mansion, and that. And then Hugh Hefner rolled around with Hustler, and it was like, here's a more trashy picture of someone's twat. I mean, let's get real. I mean, Hefner was very much more vulgar than Playboy, for sure.
And penthouses and New York and freedom and youth and sexual activity between consenting adults, all other entanglements, but completely conscious of what they were doing, and brow views and sort of in jokes. And so Playboy was quite effective at getting a kind of late Rat Pack around. But then the next of the pornographic ascent was Penthouse. It was the harder core version of Playboy. It got a lot more gynecological, let's say. And then everybody knew at that point, no matter what their attitude was toward Playboy, that we'd stepped into a new sort of swamp of monstrosity. And then, of course, it wasn't long after that.
Do you agree that it's a swamp of monstrosity? I personally am not really into porn, and I can give an argument of why I'm not. But one in chat, if you think that porn is a swamp of monstrosity, or 2, if you think it's fine. We're taking votes right away.
15 years, maybe something like that porn hit the internet. And
I've only used swamp as like a way to be really disgusting. And somebody was like, "Oh, I'm moist," or "I'm wet." I'd be like, "Oh, you're swampy." Like, just to be really vile. So it's really funny that you use the word swamp, because I've used that to just be disgusting when referencing Shanny for Christ doing, the pee.
Then away we went. So let's start talking about Marilyn Monroe and her. I mean, she embodied this feminine archetype of the sex kitten, I guess, the femme fatale too, but she's more on the sex kitten end of things, and she's still an icon.
What's funny with Marilyn Monroe is she was much smarter than she was given credit. And one of the things that Marilyn Monroe did, I mean, you're talking about her sexuality, which is definitely there. I mean, she's just oozing sexuality, and she didn't have to show anything even for it. Like, she just had the, I mean, she had cleavage, but she just had the vibe, right? But one of the things that she also did that men seem to go gaga over, she played stupid. In many of her movies, she was just the stupid person, like, "Oh, I don't know. I'm just so shy, and I don't know. I'm just not very smart, and I'm a lost girl and in the city, and maybe you can take me somewhere." Like, she was just very, I don't know. she played dumb a lot, and she was a lot smarter than what I think she portrayed herself to be, like, which is really interesting. So just want to note that, because when you're going to go bash on her, I have something to say about men that go for women that are that like to go, well, I'm just too weak to do this, you know, and they flirt in that way. And she had that going on in her movies. I've seen a lot of her movies, and she plays dumb a lot.
And she's an icon that even gave rise to figures such as Madonna, I would say, because Madonna played with the Marilyn Monroe image a lot and a fair bit of success, but it's not like Marilyn exactly had a good time with it. So she died very young by her own hand. And why don't you tell a little bit more of her story?
Maybe she died.
Yeah, she had a fairly miserable life from start to finish. One of the reasons I decided to open the book by talking about Marilyn Monroe and Hugh Hefner.
So Marilyn Monroe was very unhappy. That's true. She had a lot of anxiety and depression, for sure. They said that she would lock herself into her trailer and not come out. If you don't know me, I adore movies. I'm a movie fanatic. So like when she mentions that, I'm like, oh yeah. People would complain like that she's so hard to work for because she's so anxious. She's so anxious she can't remember her script. It's not that she couldn't remember her script because she's so dumb. It's that she was so anxious of a person. It was really kind of sad. But that being said, she was with a lot of heavy hitters, a lot of players, and Hollywood pressure for women. Well, really all of them, but for women was really tremendous. And there's a few icons that really seem to get better control of their career. Katharine Hepburn's one of them. Katharine Hepburn from Bringing a Baby and, you know, Golden Pond, and trying to think, just like my brain is like, you know, a whole bunch of movies I've seen with her. Philadelphia. Katharine Hepburn got a lot of control of her career in more ways than a lot of people did. But Marilyn Monroe was very victimized by, I would say, the studios for sure. So like that's a lot of stress. It is a lot of stress, and they owned you. They owned your social life. They owned who your image was. They had more control over you than they do now.
It's partly because just through good luck from my perspective as a writer, they were born in exactly the same year. Even though, of course, Monroe died young and Hefner lived well into his 90s. And they were both these incredible icons of the sexual revolution. Marilyn for her beauty and Hefner for his success for Playboy magazine. But they lived extraordinarily different lives, and they experienced sexual liberation, so-called, in completely different ways. You know, Marilyn Monroe grew up in foster homes, was victim of child sexual abuse and of domestic violence as an adult, and, as you say, died by her own hand, long-standing substance abuse issues, etc. Hefner didn't start.
The died by her own hand. A lot of us do think like maybe she was offed because she had that affair with JFK. I mean, that I don't think that's an absurd theory, because I'm sorry, we're gonna just talk about our oligarchy here a second. The Kennedys suck. I'm a liberal, and JFK did some good things, but like the Kennedys are shady. They've always been shady. They come from bootlegging money. They come from a line of bootleggers. They are gangsters. Okay, let's get that right. Gangsters. By the way, I'm cousins with them. Really funny, right? Just down the line. but they are gangsters, and then they got into politics like later in the family line. Like they come from dirty money, and I would not be shocked. I am kind of a little bit of a Marilyn Monroe conspiracist. I think that she was very easy to get rid of if this was not a suicide. I'm just saying, but I don't hear to very many conspiracy theories, but that's one where I definitely have wondered, like, yeah. But for stay tuned for me to rip on the Clintons next, because I think they're shady as well. So there's that.
That way, I mean, I do think that actually by the time Hefner grew old, he had lost the glamour that he had as a younger man. I think that he is evidence of the fact that even the most
Adam's
successful
Rip is a
Playboy
great movie, actually.
has a shelf life,
with
not as
Spacey.
Shorter shelf life as the sexually liberated woman does. I mean, really, in reality,
Spacey,
a modern Western lifespan,
Tracy.
You're talking maybe a quarter
Spencer
of that.
Tracy.
You might
Spencer
be really
Tracy.
sexually desirable.
I got there,
which
though.
is why I think it's risky to place all of your self-esteem on that value, or indeed to base your career, base your life around being ways. You know, Marilyn Monroe grew up in foster homes, was victim victim of child sexual abuse and of domestic violence as an adult,
Went
and
back too far. Oof.
as you say, died by her
That's
own
great.
hand, long-standing substance abuse issues, etc. Hefner didn't suffer in that way. I mean, I do think that actually by the time Hefner grew old, he had lost the glamour that he had as a younger man. I think that he is evidence of the fact that even the most successful playboy has a shelf life, not as short a shelf life as the sexually liberated woman does. I mean, really, in reality, with a modern Western lifespan, you're talking maybe a quarter of that. You might be really sexually desirable, which is why I think it's risky to place all of your self-esteem on that value, or indeed to base your career, base your life around being sexually desirable.
I just think that's really funny how many women embrace that men can be pigs. Like, I just, women, don't put your value in sex, which, I mean, you know, beauty fades, right? I think most of us know. But and while I would say that, like, there's no like warning to men, don't put your value in sex. They're like, you can be 60 and go bang an 18-year-old as long as they're adults, have fun. No, like, why do men get to be creepy? And it's like totally fine. It's totally accepted. And women are like, you're after 30, you're gone. Or you're after 40, you're gone. Sometimes it's 30 for some of these guys. Like, there's this running joke with Leonardo DiCaprio, that he won't date anybody over 25. Like, it's a running joke, but it's really not funny. To me, it's just disgusting. And I feel like women that support that are also problematic, but that's all right.
Desirable, because it's really not.
Well, you know, that's a good, there's a place to take a slight detour.
Old men
You know,
get to rob women of their youth.
a lot
Isn't
of
that fun?
your book
That's fine,
makes a
right?
moral case, and moral cases aren't particularly popular now, but there are some interesting ways of discussing morality technically that I think might be worth delving into. So one of the things that people who are watching and listening might be interested in knowing is that people pursue different mating strategies, so to speak. That's how evolutionary psychologists or biologists describe it. And you can make the same case in the animal kingdom to some degree. And there are short-term mating strategies, and that would be associated with an ethos of the glorification, let's say, or the practice of casual sex, so sex without relationship. And one of the questions that you might ask is, are there pronounced differences between people who tend to pursue short-term mating strategies versus long-term mating strategies? Now, a long-term mating strategy would be accompanied by the formulation of a relationship of mutual support. That's what makes it sustainable. And the answer is, well, yeah, there are marked differences. One of the hallmarks of antisocial personality, and so that's the personality characteristic set that is associated with criminality, is a proclivity towards short-term mating strategies. And that is associated.
1 second, I have a dog issue. Okay. I live in an apartment and the dogs are going bonkers, and then it's setting off my dog and it's gone crazy. So did he just say that short-term mating strategies are a sign of sociopathy? Is that what I just heard? So basically, if you are a hoe, you're a sociopath. Is that where we're going? I mean, I think there's some people that like are chronic cheaters and liars or sexual abusers, things like that. But people that just sleep around, I just don't think I agree with that. I would like to see the statistics on that. Now, there's granted, they seem to have attached that to borderline disorder. So people with borderline are more likely to be more reckless with who they sleep with, or sleep with more partners typically, but that's not necessarily sociopathy either. That's just impulse issues. It's an impulse thing, I think, but all right.
Associated with early onset of sexual activity and multiple sexual partners, and then in its more pathological form, a predatory or parasitical lifestyle in relationship to sex. And so that has been elaborated more recently into the analysis of so-called dark tetrad personality characteristics. That's an emerging model of the malevolent and pathological personality.
Good to see
and that
you,
involves
JC.
Machiavellianism, which is manipulative, narcissistic, which is virtue-free attention seeking. It's a good way of thinking about it. Psychopathy, which is predatory parasitism, and sadism, which is positive delight in harm to other people. And all of those delightful characteristics are associated with a striking proclivity for short-term mating. And that brings up the stark realization that it's a form of exploitation. That's a good way of thinking about it. And
Ooh, that's interesting. Is short-term mating or sleeping around a form of exploitation? I really don't think so. I think if you are a consenting adult and you aren't, I think there's caveats to that. I think there's sometimes people that are in a bad place psychologically, or maybe people that like are inebriated, and you could be inebriated too, and that maybe is a factor of consideration, things like that. But largely, if you were of sane mind and you're sober and you want to sleep with somebody, I mean, I don't agree with them on that. And it's weird because I really am not somebody that sleeps around. So I don't get it. Okay.
and it's fundamentally the exploitation of women, because here's a good way of defining women, since we don't know how to do that in our society.
It would be an exploitation of women if, say, we didn't have the sexual revolution and we didn't have things like pills and condoms, things like that, where we could have control of our reproductive rights. And I would absolutely agree that sleeping around could definitely exploit women, because women bear all the risks. Women now still bear a lot of risks, but like we can be responsible with our bodies and have some control. So I would caveat that and say like I don't know if I agree with you, but I bet you have something against birth control too, right?
Anymore, we might as well start with basics. And throughout the animal kingdom, and this is true all the way from sperm and egg up to fully embodied being, the female is almost inevitably the sex that pours more resources into reproduction. So that means that women...
Proof that Omarosa is a sociopath. No, just kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, good for you, I guess, as long as there were no tears, I guess.
Bear a higher cost for sexual reproduction. In case anyone's still too stupid to actually understand that, might as well make it explicit. And what that also means is that if there's exploitation going on in a sexual relationship, it's most often, although not always, the male who has less at stake exploiting the female who has far more at stake. And it's enticing for young women to believe, I suppose, if they want to pursue hedonic pleasure, that they can escape from that reality, but it's very difficult to. So that's one element. Then the next element, morality, is pursuing hedonic pleasure, hedonism, pleasure of the flesh, and that can be anything from food to sex, whatever it is, hedonism. Is pursuing that escapism? Well, for some people it is, for sure, but not all the time. Like sometimes it's just you enjoying life. So I don't know. That depends too. I like the whole everything in moderation thing. That's kind of me, but and I think that the question for me would be not if you enjoy hedonistic things. It's if it's in excess. Is it in excess? And you'd have to decide what that would be. If you're playing a game that only works in the short term for others, but also for yourself, then that's not a very good game. And, the point you were making was that Marilyn was playing a particularly short game. And even Hugh, who had less to lose, and arguably on some dimensions more to gain, he was still pretty damn pathetic by the time he hit, I would say, mid-50s. I watched one of his late TV shows where he was touring Europe with his 3 blonde bimbos who were not the world's... They weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer.
Let's mad put it that way. When he's talking about Hefner.
Hugh and his 3 blonde clones.
Look at he's disgusted.
Traipsing painfully from faux glamorous restaurant to faux glamorous restaurant through Europe, engaging in conversations so puerile and painful that anyone with any sense would have run away from the table screaming after 5 minutes. So he turned into his own parody. And that was quite clear. I mean, anybody with any sense at all, no matter how much they might have been enamored by his young and hypothetically glamorous self.
He was in his 80s. Yeah, I was thinking about that.
At that with a cold eye 50s. A few decades later, it was looking pretty oldest boy at the frat party. Had that whole...
I mean, he was like, 80?
Stench about it, I would say. So, all right, so back to Marilyn. You said that she had a pretty brutal upbringing and was exploited pretty early on. You might as well tell the story about her, the famous photographs that launched Playboy.
Her exploiting people in Hollywood didn't start with Playboy. It started with the studios, and the studios absolutely exploited. And if you think that, if you think Weinstein is like the first. He's one of a line of many producers that did the shit that happened. Like Hollywood has had a long-seated problem with that.
Marilyn was both the first cover star and also the first naked centerfold in the first issue of Playboy. But the naked photos were acquired without her consent. She'd taken them, or she'd had them taken many years before when she was much younger for very little money just because she was desperate. She'd signed the release with a false name, but somehow Hefner got hold of them and paid the photographer rather than her.
So that's really awful in a way. So she does nudes for money, because maybe she's hard up and for cash or whatever. Hefner gets a hold of it. At that time, she's under a different name, and so she's like doxxed. And I guess wow, if you think about it, it's really grotesque. I've never been a fan of Playboy or Hustler, but it is kind of gross to think about.
In order to
It's sort of like when people release people's sex tapes. I think that's disgusting.
publish them in Playboy, and she wasn't even sent a free copy and was apparently very upset about it. Hefner ended up buying the crypt next to hers at the cemetery in Los Angeles where they're both buried, obviously buried many decades after she was, but they never actually met in real life. So this whole kind of relationship between the two of them was very much initiated by him. And I mean, this is the point that I want to make with talking about Marilyn Monroe. She is very typical of female sex icons in having this kind of tragic backstory, multiple forms of exploitation by lots of people, most of them men, and yet she is held up as this this iconic figure of the sexual revolution, which we're supposed to believe was a good thing, right? And my argument in the book, it is of course the case against the sexual revolution.
I think for me, like when I look at the sexual revolution, I actually don't see Marilyn Monroe as the top of it. I think that she's got, oh, you're sexy. Like I think Jane Russell also, who was in Gentleman before, prefers blondes, who definitely is more my type. Jane Russell also is another one that was a sex icon, largely, but both of them, I don't think really they're the lead of the sexual revolution per se. I mean, Jennifer, Gentleman Prefers Blondes. I mean, if you rewatch that movie, there's a lot of digs on males in that movie. It's actually kind of interesting, but it's really on the back end of it. I don't know. I feel like in those cases, it's not like it's full swing feminism per se. It's like they're working with what they got and they're headed towards it. But I wouldn't really see them in the lead of the sexual revolution. I don't know. Do you think so? Do you think that Marilyn Monroe's ahead of that? Because I don't. I think that happened much later.
My argument is not that it was entirely bad. I don't think you can paint any huge historical event as entirely bad or entirely good. But I think that it has been falsely presented mostly by progressives through rose-tinted spectacles. And this is my attempt to counter that.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt she was an iconic figure and still is. And part of the reason, it's hard to say exactly why. I mean, there's something obviously hyper attractive about her. And I heard her interviewed once on a radio station where she said she could walk down the street. I believe her genuine name was Norma Ray. Is that right? Norma Ray? And she said she could walk down the street as Norma Ray and no one would look at her. Or she could walk down the street as Marilyn and then people would just be attracted to her like mad. And so I want to run a hypothesis by you, given that that backstory for female sexual icons, and this is often the case for girls who get dragged or who agree to participate in the pornography industry, that they're often abandoned girls who have a history of fractured relationships and abuse. Now, so
are porn stars often in a bad spot, and also sex workers and strippers? Absolutely, I think. Absolutely. The people that I've talked to in online communities, a lot of them do come from like a rough situation where they're like, yeah, I needed to make money quick. I needed to pay for school. I had no other way to pay for school. So I paid for school stripping, or I paid for school doing cam work, or I did, whatever. And or somebody's like, I needed to provide for my kid any means necessary. I can't disrespect people for, that sort of thing. Yeah. For me, that means as a consumer, for me, I have a sensitivity about that. I feel weird about that as a consumer. But I also don't want to I don't want to make laws in society. I'm very concerned about that when people make laws against, say, sex work, and not even beyond like cam work and pornography, that are harmful to sex workers, in the sense that like when we make it illegal, then it's really invites, I think, human trafficking, things like that, where and an inability to get help when you need to, and an inability to call the cops when something goes awry, like because you're scared because you're going to get arrested too. Like there's like a lot of problems that sort of domino effect. So I'm pretty sensitive about that. So I'm never like there ought to be a law against it or whatever. But I would say that I would caution people to be like, maybe think about, that. But I don't know where he's going for this. I don't know what he's asking for per se. I don't know if he's sort of like it should be legalized, but people ought not to do that. And we can all have an opinion of what we ought not to do, or if he wants to somehow influence its ability to exist. I would have a lot of questions about that. As far as taking advantage of people that come from rough situations and they jump into porn, absolutely, I think that happens. But I also think that happens with the U.S. military. I don't know about the Canadian military, but like there are people that join the military and they at 18 sign away their lives. And I appreciate that people are protecting our freedom and stuff like that. But literally, you are now government property, and there's a potential that you're going to go to war and get patated to death. Pachoo, and you're done. That patat is the gun sound I decided to make. I don't know. I thought it would kind of mimic like a sniper. I don't know. But there's that potential, unfortunately. And there's a lot of people that are working class or below, that are poor, that do join because that's their way out. Absolutely. So I think porn is one of those places where, yeah, it's a way out. I don't think that's a no-brainer. Like I think that's something that we know. But I think there are ways to say, well, how can you make it more beneficial for these people, so that they can be less oppressed and less taken advantage of? And it might not be barring it as much as creating rights for these people.
Here's a hypothesis, that girls without fathers hit puberty 1 year earlier. That's a real biological mystery, but here's a hypothesis. So imagine that you're bereft of male companionship and productivity and protection. And maybe that's because your culture doesn't have enough men. Sometimes that happens after wars, for example, or maybe you're just in an economic niche or social niche where you're unfortunate, So now, why would you develop a year early from a puberty perspective? Well, the answer is, one of the ways that women can attract male attention, obviously, and therefore, in principle, companionship, protection, productivity, all of that might come along with a real relationship, is by being sexually attractive and available. And so if there's a dearth of males in the local environment, then early puberty could easily be a way of increasing the probability of catching a mate early enough so you don't starve to death, let's say. Okay.
Oh, good God. Ugh. I don't even know what to do with this one. Ugh. Are you saying, oh God. This is just, ooh. Okay. So I guess he's saying that women evolve or whatever, or for some reason biologically our clocks tick differently. If for survival reasons we should probably be of childbearing age too early. This sounds like, this is really sounding like pedestry at this point. I'm feeling uncomfortable. I don't know.
Okay, so then imagine that there's a psychological equivalent to that. And this is where that waif-like femme fatale archetype might kick in. And so if you're
Lola? Are we going
appealingly,
with Lola?
vulnerably beautiful and available, and then you have that magic that can go along with that when it's transformed into something.
Sir, it's not Lola's fault. It's the men who sleep with Lola's faults.
Truly archetypal, which Marilyn did extraordinarily well. There's a bit of a little girl about her. She had a very girly voice, and that's how she sang. And she had a kind of innocent, naive provocativeness that was.
Yes, because for some reason, y'all men seem to like women who are dumb. Yeah, she's not really dumb, but like that play dumb. It is a thing. I don't get it. Do not get it. I always was grossed out by that, but it's a thing.
amplified paradoxically by her overt sexuality. And so she had some of the appeal of a helpless child, some of the appeal of a truly mature woman. And
Hi,
that's
Maya.
that can be a
Hi,
very
Low
deadly
Production.
combination. And I think the fact that it's a deadly combination is also a kind of adaptation. So you can imagine that girls who are abused might turn to that pattern of seductive behavior, because if they turn on the charm full throttle in that manner, it increases the probability that even in their desperate economic straits, they might be able to attract a male. And of course, with Marilyn, that was elevated right to the point where she became literally the poster girl for that approach. And then I mentioned Madonna a little earlier. And when Madonna first came on the scene, I thought she's kind of interesting. She seems to be taking this Marilyn-like archetype, but toying with it consciously. She was a businesswoman, pretty canny. She seemed to be in charge of her own image, and I thought,
Yeah, she did do the Marilyn Monroe thing, except I don't think she played dumb per se. And I also think that Marilyn Monroe, instead of that, was shock value. I mean, I think a lot of things that she did was very cutting edge and shocking for its time. Like a Prayer was shocking and debated at the time. Like a Virgin, shocking and debated at the time. Like, she was edgy. And she stayed edgy for a long time. She was edgy, where Marilyn Monroe was sexually challenging, but she offset it with naivety. Oh, I'm just the way.
maybe she had a grip on the archetype, but it isn't obvious to me at all that she did. Madonna's life has been characterized by a continual pattern of sexual attention seeking. And she's also, I would say, turned into her own parody, even I think she's in her late 60s now, if I remember.
Yeah, I think intellectual status is attractive, and I think that emotional intelligence is attractive. Physical attraction is attractive. I think all of it's attractive in a package, but I just wanted to say that there's some people that say, I'm sapiosexual, and you're like, oh, really? Okay, you're attracted to people's intellect. That's great. That's good. Let's mind meld, kind of thing. I get it. I get that idea, but I'm reluctant to ever say I'm sapiosexual, because I am more emotion first, and then that is secondary. So for me, emotional connection is probably a bigger deal. And then looks, it just kind of depends. I'm attracted to what I'm attracted to, and I have a big scale with women and a smaller scale with men, but it's sort of like this, different thing. But when it comes to could I be with somebody that I think is dumb? Absolutely fucking not. If I thought you were dumb, I would not be interested in you. So I just, it blows my mind that people are like, yeah, I like them dumb. Oh, okay. What about you that's so insecure that you want this power differential in that way? It's just really odd to me. But there's other people like Steve McRae. Steve McRae is a punk ass motherfucker. Steve McRae's like, oh, I'm a sapiosexual. And you're like, oh, you just only want to, date really, really smart women, right? And then he's like, I'm going to flirt with Jake. I'm going to flirt with Jesse. And he just showers Jesse with all this flirtation. And you're just like, sure, you're a sapiosexual. Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Correctly. She's still doing photo shoots that are leveraging pornographic attractiveness. And that requires a lot of maintenance and makeup by the time you're at her stage of life. But it doesn't really look to me like it's aged particularly well. And that's the problem.
Are you attracted to certain kinds of sarcasm, though? Because I like to be sardonic and sarcasm about life, but sarcasm towards people, sometimes people are sarcastic to people, and it's like, I want to cowardly dig at you, but I don't want the responsibility of that dig. So I always have mixed feelings about sarcasm. Use it properly and carefully, y'all. It's funny, but it can be rough. I have this one friend that I made from work, and we're friends outside of work now, and she is so sarcastic. And our whole friendship was built originally on sarcasm and self-deprecation. I would meet her sarcasm with self-deprecation, and we got along just fine.
Problem with short-term mating strategy is that it's not a good iterating game. You can't play it with other people continually. You have to have multiple partners. And it's not a good pattern for your whole life course. That's partly what makes it both immoral and unwise. It just doesn't work across the decades that you're going to be alive. So
yes.
All right. So back to Marilyn and Hugh. So
on that point, I decided to call my podcast Maiden, Mother, Matriarch, because it's my hypothesis that one of the features of late 20th, early 21st century culture is that the normal life progression that women are supposed to pass through from maiden to mother to matriarch has been interrupted. And we now have a very widespread problem of women desperate to remain in maiden mode permanently. And Madonna is a beautiful example of that. She can't find it within herself to accept progressing from maiden to matriarch. And I think that's a lot of...
I think that's fair. Madonna is aging really badly. And I think aging with grace is actually kind of attractive when people can do that. Like, I don't think that women that are older are automatically, ugly or unattractive. I think that how you age is better. So our hope is that, when beauty fades and our bodies aren't as great as they used to be, that wisdom starts to come out, and that, your intellect shines and your wisdom shines and stuff like that. And Madonna is desperately chasing her youth, and that's noticeable. And I think even I watch people on YouTube, EKC, who seem to be desperately chasing their youth. It's really awkward.
I think the key cause of that is the fact that we don't attach status to maidens and to mothers and to matriarchs in the way that we once did. I think that all of the status is loaded onto the maiden role. But it's necessarily, as you say, a role that you can't spend your entire life in. And I think that explains a lot of the psychological dysfunction that women suffer from.
Well, I also think that Hollywood plays a role in that, because Hollywood cuts off maiden really early, and then they add matriarch early as well. And so people oftentimes are playing roles that aren't actually their age. So men are playing roles that are younger, women are playing roles that are older, and it just causes a great big mess. So I don't know. I think how we rethought that might be helpful, but like some of that is, I don't know. I think there's like an influence there that actually could be corrected a little bit, but nobody wants to.
Yeah. Well, I think that's right. So what we have is the domination. You basically laid out a 3-part archetype, and it's an archetype of transformation. And I've talked to some pretty bright women on my podcast, and a number of them have commented that as they progress along their careers and as they accrue productive status, so let's say as mothers and matriarchs, they don't necessarily attain.
Listen, we all wish that we were like Betty White or what's Maggie Smith, I think is her name. Like when we get older, like these women when they're old, they look really cool old people. I want to be like that. But Madonna's not being a very cool old person. She just looks kind of sad.
A commensurate status, particularly among women, interestingly enough. And maybe that's because the women are competing. I suppose a woman can be attractive as a mother and a matriarch, and so the maidens might take exception to that because it's a form of competition. But I do think too that our culture hyper values the maiden image, especially when that's allied with it's not virginal maiden that's exactly held up as an icon. Even though people like Madonna will play with the idea of virginity as.
Okay, virgin female was held up as an icon for centuries and centuries. All you want to do is revert back to that. But here's the problem with that. Oh my gosh, how do I unwrap this? If you put a woman's value, and this whole concept just, sex is great, but like you just mentioned that you didn't want to put a woman's value in sexuality. Don't put all your value in sexuality because beauty fades. Isn't that what you just said about Marilyn Monroe? And your shelf life is, it's so much lower than men, oh my goodness. And now you're doing this other thing, which is you're putting value in sexuality going, well, the seal better be unbroken when you're with your husband kind of thing. Virginity is by default, a really good trait to have. And, I was there. I was one of those people that believe sex belonged to marriage and all that. But I have to tell you, there were a lot of people that grew up with the belief in things like I Kissed Dating Goodbye, like that book, or things like, Sex Belongs in Marriage, True Love Waits, all that stuff. And they ended up so effed up in their marriages There were women I knew that could not even really enjoy sex. They felt like there was a lot of shame in sex, even though they were married with their partner. And they're like, I should enjoy intimacy, but I feel uncomfortable and I hate it. And there was a lot of shame in that. I mean, talking about women that don't have like sex abuse in their background or a assault, but like women that just like really just felt shamed by it, embarrassed of it. I had somebody say that they wish that sex wasn't even in existence. Like they just weren't we were not able to unglue the shame that was glued to them from religion. And so I think if religion and society wants to glue our value to our virginity, and then say, on the other hand, don't put your value in sexuality, well, I think that's double speak. It's like speaking out of both sides of your mouth, isn't it?
Something attractive. It's only there as a sexual magnet, and it's only there tongue in cheek in some
Are you 50?
real sense.
You definitely don't look.
And
50.
then our culture, because it's a consumer culture, and also because it concentrates on
To be fair,
teenagers a lot.
I'm 43.
They have disposable income, and it's really the case that our culture became consumerist
And I'm
oriented
super great.
when teenagers started to develop disposable income. It's not surprising at all that the consumer market tilts towards the maiden archetype, because that's where there's spare money to be
I
vacuumed
hope
up.
not. TP.
So that's sort of a perfect storm in
It's been
some
creeping
sense.
me
And so,
out a little bit.
but yeah,
A
so
couple things earlier.
our developing hypothesis here in the podcast, and obviously you've thought this through to a great degree, is that part of the reason that the sexual revolution claiming absolute sexual freedom is pathological is because, well, it enables the male exploiters, and that's not good at all, but it also isn't a good medium to long-term game. Well, I would say either for women or men. I mean, if you develop a long-term partner in a woman and you're a man, you might want a woman who has enough sense to move from maiden to mother to matriarch, and to do that in a manner that facilitates the development of the relationship across time. And maybe, I wonder.
The one thing I kind of agree with him is just that there needs to be some sort of transition and maturity in what you chase after and what you value, for sure. But I don't think I like how he's putting it out there. And I think that he definitely is putting the shelf life of women way, way earlier. When's the shelf life? When does it stop, Jordan? For you, is it in the 20s or 30s, 40s? Where does it stop? Where's the shelf life? If you're a 60-year-old man, should you be dating a 19-year-old? I'm just wondering. I think that's disgusting, by the way. I think that's robbing someone's youth, and I think that is exploitive.
Too, if a woman who does that really well is, as she progresses across that 3-part track, also to some degree integrates the previous stages as she moves forward. Because it might be the case that if you're a successful matriarch, maybe that's at the point where you become a grandmother or something like that, that you've also integrated mother and even maiden and are still capable of playing those roles when that's appropriate, but are no longer only limited to them. And I'm not saying that's an easy thing to pull off, because, it's not that easy to be, outstandingly sexually attractive, male or female, by the time you're in your 60s, let's say. It gets to be, old age is fighting against that pretty hard, but that doesn't mean that can't be held forward as, an unattainable ideal.
Well, if you're talking about men, I know that there's this idea that men's shelf life lasts longer, but there's a lot of men that look fucking old at 40. And it's just that women are more tolerant and are able to look past that you're a hairy behemoth or you're bald or whatever.
To which we all might strive, or at least hope might make itself manifest. And I think that's actually a possibility, that you can move towards something like a full integration.
Like Russian dolls, I think is the perfect image for it. The Russian dolls that contains the younger, the smaller counterparts in the whole. That's the aspiration. I mean, I think part of the reason that we're so focused on the maiden role is partly, as you say, because it's a very consumerist kind of product. This strange paradox where on the one hand, I'd say Western society is increasingly gerontocratic in that power and assets primarily are disproportionately held by the old, but it's also still a very, very youth-orientated culture in terms of politics, in terms of fashion, beauty.
I think our politics really need to have less old people in it. So in that case, yeah, there's some people that have a lot of power and they're a little bit older. Rose says, Harry. Oh, why that's so funny. Okay, let me see here. Oh, he's getting onto the pill. I guess I should probably hit that. Let's see here. Let's go back. We'll see where it's different. Okay, here we go.
fundamentally different. There is a sexual asymmetry that is never going away. There are average psychological, but nevertheless, the population level they matter. There are women, and actually, I think feminism has recognition. Those fundamental
I had a
differences
hiccup.
aren't going
I'm back.
anywhere.
Whether you're selling
All right, I'm going to, let me see what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute this and we're going to play through that ad real quick. Oh my goodness. How are you all doing here? It's a lot. I've lost a bunch of viewers. It's hard to listen to. And we might agree on some things and disagree on some things. F's, look at the BS you ladies tolerate. Hats off. There's a lot of BS constantly. Absolutely. It happens. No, Avast, I don't want this. Thank you. All right. Hi, Shiva. How you doing? Good to see ya. I'm just waiting to get through this. And then once I get through this, I can move on. Can I click through it? Oh, it's not letting me click through it. There we go. There we go. He's back.
Let's focus on that now. So now we're off to chapter 2. I'm going to make a counter case for a minute, and then let's hash that out. All right. So we mentioned at the beginning of this podcast that the fundamental biological differentiator, or one of them, because there's a number, is that what makes a creature female rather than male is disproportionate contribution to reproduction. And so you even see that with the sperm and the egg.
Okay. So he's hinging female with reproduction only. Ooh, we're going to start hitting on the difference between female, which is your sex. It's what you are born with, the body parts you're born with. Are you born with a uterus? Do you have a vagina? Typically. And then gender, which is how you present, the vibe that you have, like an all-encompassing attitude, your experiences, how you present, how you interact, how you see things, how you feel. And we're going to try to blend them together, which oftentimes they are blended together. But here's where we're going to fundamentally disagree. Like, I think it's two separate tracks, and you're going to say it's exactly the same, right?
The egg is way, way bigger across the biological universe than the sperm. And that means the egg has more resources than the sperm. And that is echoed at every stage of sexual interaction in animals and human beings. There's a few exceptions in some regards, like I think male seahorses care for the young, for example. They basically have something approximating a pregnancy.
Yeah, male seahorses do that. I think penguins look after the egg, and male penguins warm the egg, which is, very different and counter to what we're used to. Other things that we're used to is like when we think hunter-gatherer, we usually think men and humans. But hunter-gatherer in lions is all the women. The women do all the hunting and gathering. Like it's, the male lion is like, I'm a big protector and a big, he's a big guy. But the people that are bringing the bread winners there are the lions, the people. The lions are the bread winner, the females. So, I mean, we just happen to be, we've happened to situate it a little differently. And a lot of that is our physical structure, especially back in the days, like hunter-gatherer days. I think once we started building cities and villages, things could shift slightly.
But that's enough of an exception so that, most people who are biologically informed know about it. It's extraordinarily rare for the male to take on that role. And so women are the half of the human race that bears disproportionate responsibility for sexual reproduction, pays a higher cost for it. And that seems to shape everything, including mating strategies. But here's the killer. And so we could also say that's been true for the entire course of reproductive history after the emergence of sex, which emerged a very long time ago, biologically speaking. But the pill hit,
The pill hit. Is that a negative thing? Is it a negative thing that the pill hit? That women can suddenly have some control over their sexuality And whether or not they're incubator or not, like, oh my goodness. Rewind that. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go back. See, we're going back to the egg and women's
sperm. And that means the egg has more resources than the sperm. And that is echoed at every stage of sexual interaction in animals and human beings. There's a few exceptions in some regards, like I think male seahorses care for the young, for example. They basically have a...
One moment. Okay, sorry.
Something approximating a pregnancy, but that's enough of an exception so that most people who are biologically informed know about it. It's extraordinarily rare for the male to take on that role, and so women are the half of the human race that bears disproportionate responsibility for sexual reproduction, pays a higher cost for it, and that seems to shape everything, including mating strategies. But
I mean, yes, okay. So I would definitely think that, I mean, if you have the chance of getting pregnant, right, before the pill, obviously you're going to be really careful about who you're sleeping with and the rules of that, obviously. But here's the thing. He's going to be upset that the pill's invented. It's not going to be a good thing. It's going to be a bad thing, right? Prediction.
But here's the killer. And so we could also say that's been true for the entire course of reproductive history after the emergence of sex, which emerged a very long time ago, biologically speaking. But the pill hit, 50 years ago and was made widespread very rapidly. And what that did in principle, and to some degree in reality, was give females voluntary control of their reproductive function, really for the first time in biological history. And so this is a question. If a woman has full voluntary control over her reproductive function, why isn't she now just a man? That's one question.
What? Hold on. What? I thought us liberals were confused about gender and sexuality. Now I'm wondering about you, sir. Like, what? If you have control over your reproduction, like, why are you not just a man? Is that really one of the questions we launched? What? I'm going to rewind that. This is like probably one of the dumbest thing I've heard today. I don't know. That and assigning value to virginity, both. Let's see here. Let's see if I can rewind it really slow. It's really easy to go too far. All right, we're going to play it again.
For it. And that seems to shape everything, including mating strategies. But here's the killer. And so we could also say that's been true for the entire course of reproductive history after the emergence of sex, which emerged a very long time ago, biologically speaking. But the pill hit, 50 years ago and was made widespread very rapidly. And what that did in principle, and to some degree in reality, was give females voluntary control of their reproductive function, really for the first time in biological history. And so that opened up a new question. And this is a question. If a woman has full voluntary control over her reproductive function, why isn't she now just a man? That's one question. Or what exactly distinguishes her from a man? Because one thing that distinguished her was her differential role in reproductive burden. And now that's been ameliorated, arguably, to some degree.
Just because we take one thing off the table, Jordan, does not mean that somebody loses their femaleness. Just because it's one factor of many, like, it doesn't mean that. Oh my gosh. Just because, I don't know, things that we do that typically, I'm just trying to think of something for men. Like, if we take away, well, we're going to stop sending men to war, and this is a little more social. Like this doesn't take away a man's maleness, And if somebody is celibate and they don't sleep around, That doesn't take away your maleness or femaleness. Like I don't think St. Paul in the New Testament was like, yeah, now I'm female. I don't know what I am because I'm not sleeping around. Like I just don't know. So what's up with the JP video? Did you forget what it was like to throw up in your mouth? I watch him and Ben Shapiro all the time, and if you saw some of my stink faces, it's really funny. Like some of them I make, I'm like, oh. Alice is in the chat. Who the fuck is Alice? Let's see here. Titan. You used to value him, but now he values you less. You're just a man, which means he values you men less. I suspect his obvious insecurities may involve mommy issues. Maybe. The fuck is he saying? Good question. So apparently if you can control your reproductive situation as a woman, you cease to be a woman? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. He's like mealy mouthed in this way, and he just meanders. And so like the best way I can describe him is he socially and psychologically meanders constantly, and he's reckless because people take him as an influence and they run with him, and they're like, yeah, this is a good idea. And that just drives me nuts because he has so much influence now that I think he should be way more careful. I used to be a little more gracious to him in the beginning, but now that he's got this giant following and he's making millions of dollars, this meandering is dangerous, dude. Like it's not good.
And then also, if reproductive function is now a matter of voluntary choice, why can't sex just be fun and free? And I would say we've been wrestling with those two questions for 50 years and longer.
Well, sir, sex can be fun and free, but sex does have like other factors like bonding. And like, I'm sorry, but a good percentage of the time that we have sex is more about like bonding and connection for women, for men. Sometimes like, like, well, I guess there's really a sliding scale for that as well. Like bonding, connection, and hedonistic fleshly desires that are fulfilled, aka orgasms, things like that. Yeah, we pursue physical pleasure, absolutely. Like we've always pursued it. I know that the Catholics believe that we're supposed to only like procreate when we want to have kids, and that's it. And we can't do anything that like isn't like gonna give the chance of procreation. In Catholicism, like it's like well, you better not do oral because that's sodomy and that's against God's will. Like there's really that whole kind of thing, or pulling out in the Sin of Onan. But for the most part, most Catholics think it's BS and they do what they want. And most human beings have always pursued sex as a pleasure. I mean, that's part of why people like to do it. Like if sex was terrible, we would have a lot less of it, wouldn't we?
Than that, insofar as there's been some form of reliable contraception, but it wasn't very damn reliable till the birth control pill kicked in. And so I think it is an open question to what degree can sex just be, fun and fancy free. And also it's an open question.
I do think sex ed's incredibly important. And I think that if you look at the states that are fighting where sex ed needs to be taught, they're the ones with the highest teen pregnancies, right? So it's not like the religion has offset sexuality. People are still having sex. It's just that now you have 16-year-olds with kids. So yeah, I think sex ed needs to be taught absolutely. Abstinence only, because I am a religious freedom person. I think you could teach it as an option for people, but I definitely don't think it should be the only option. I think that's called indoctrination.
To what degree aren't women just now the same as men? And so, well, any comments on that whole line of inquiry are more than welcome.
Well, that's the promise, right, of the sexual revolution, that by introducing this new technology shock, we do erase the differences between the sexes. And I think that to some extent, if you live a very modern life, it's not just the pill, obviously.
I mean, there's something to be said about like maybe some of our differences in sexes is society based, for sure, not just out of necessity. Modern life, okay, so it releases some of the burden and necessity out of things. Okay, is that bad? Is it bad if men become more nurturing? Is it bad if women become more protective? Is it bad if women become more assertive and men sometimes maybe aren't as assertive? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Is that bad? I don't really think of it as a bad thing. Like I kind of think like people can sort of partner up and not necessarily have one underneath the foot.
You see, it's changed in the last 60 years. We also have very different ways of working. People are much less likely to do manual work, at least in the West, than they used to be. We live much more.
People don't do manual work because it doesn't pay well. We're not willing to pay people very well unless you have like plumbing and electrician and plumbing are all paid well. Mechanic is paid sometimes well, but mechanics have a lot of days off and stuff that aren't so great. But there's some jobs where, yeah, it still pays well to do manual labor. But if you're saying, oh, I'm going to go dig a hole in a trench somewhere and then we're going to put pipe down it, no, you're not going to make a lot of good money, unfortunately. That doesn't mean that like there's a lack of masculinity. That is a class thing, and that's money, and that's trying to make a living wage. And frankly, people are realizing that they don't want to break their body. Your body ends up broken at the end of these jobs. Like if you do flooring for a living, your knees are screwed up. It's not good on your body. So I think it's more like we're hyper aware of like our health, our body, our needs, what's paying well, what's a living wage. That has a mix. It's not about people becoming less masculine.
Mixed lives. There's much less homosexuality than there used to be, and so people are interacting in the workplace or whatever in basically an egalitarian fashion between men.
Wait, I have to go back to the homosexual part because that caught my eye, my ear. Okay, let me see here.
To some extent, if you live a very modern life, it's not just obviously it's changed in the last 60 years. We also have very different ways of. People are much less likely to do manual work, at least in the West, than they used to be. We live much more mixed lives. There's much less homosexuality than there used to be. And so people are interacting in the workplace or whatever in basically an egalitarian fashion between men and women. If you live that kind of life where you're not really using your sex.
What's the problem with homosexuality in this framework? Like, why is that just suddenly like shoehorned in? I'm just curious. I mean, it has no effect on whether or not someone's having like kids in the foster care system later on. I mean, typically, unless they sleep around like a straight person.
Text body for anything, you're just living the life of the mind. Really, you could believe that those differences are trivial, and I think that's where we've had some very strange political ideas around, for instance, having biological males competing in women's sports. Is seen to be a completely logical thing from people who do essentially live those lives, who probably haven't actually competed in sports. I mean, you'll notice that female athletes tend to be opposed to this because they tend to be completely aware of the fact that there are huge differences in performance between male and female athletes. But for people,
well, you can usually mob them into silence, though.
Yeah, some of them are brave enough to say so. Many of them, yeah, as you say. But many people who don't really do sports, who don't like live very physical lives, may be genuinely quite oblivious to this fact, because that seems to be the promise of technology, that it erases these differences. I don't think that it does. I mean, not only because we don't yet have artificial wombs, we still reproduce.
I mean, I tend to agree that men are able to sometimes have different strengths than women. That testosterone on the body does have an effect. So like my husband's hand strength is tremendously more than mine, and I'll just pick on his hand strength. And so it doesn't mean that women can't do a lot of jobs. It doesn't mean women can't be a mechanic. It doesn't mean, but there is an ease that he can do things, for instance, that I can't do. So I can change a tire, but he does it with more ease than I do it. Okay. But I still get there, I'll still get there eventually.
It's the old-fashioned way, and I think are likely to for the foreseeable. I don't think artificial wombs are just around the corner. I think actually a spectacularly difficult technology to develop. And also because we still have the same brains, essentially, that our Stone Age ancestors did. We spent 95% of our species history as hunter-gatherers. It is humanity's first and most successful adaptation. And I think that we can't, no matter how intelligent we are, no matter how desperately we try, I think it's very, very hard to erase those differences at the psychological level. And the response, interestingly, that I've had to this book since it was published is obviously a hugely controversial title. The whole premise is hugely controversial. But interestingly, I haven't had nearly as much criticism as I thought I would. And I've actually had positive reviews, even from left-leaning outlets and so on. I got an amazing review in The Observer. I think it's because actually an enormous number of women across the political spectrum who have been offered this promise of you can live just like a man, you can have sex just like a man, they're profoundly miserable. And they do recognize that actually deep down, that promise is an empty one. And I think there's the emotion that I've had most often from readers is just a sense of.
Said the one on the left is a penis and the one on the right is a clitoris. The size difference represents the relative importance. Except the clitoris is really big. If you were to look at the anatomy of the clitoris, a lot of people think of like the outside anatomy, but if you take a look at it, it's the clitoris that's bigger.
Relief that someone is saying it and that it seems as if there's now permission to say it, because I think that the effort of trying to pretend that men and women are the same is ultimately ruinous to both sexes.
Yeah, well, you see this weird phenomenon emerging on the left in particular, and I think it's particularly rife in university campuses, where you get a combination of compassion and low conscientiousness and high openness driving a particular political mindset. And so
I think they're shooting through chapters of her book, and that's what's making it a little hard to follow. Now, I haven't read her book, but I have a very busy mind, and I'm kind of following, but they are hitting point for point for point, and it is a little bit hard to follow for sure. She did shoehorn a lot of ideas in there, which I don't even know how to address, like the homosexuality part. I just decided to just give up on it because I don't know how or why she's shoehorning it in. And so because of that, I just sort of dropped it.
Compassion means, well, we're going to accept everyone. And the low conscientiousness means, well, we're not bound by anything approximating duty. And the high openness means, we're creative and curious about every form of potential self-expression.
So he hits bound by duty, and that is something that I think is a little bit lacking in society, in the sense like duty is like doing the right thing, even though you maybe don't feel like it, right? Like it's like a character thing. It's like when people say, oh, your character is who you are when people aren't looking. Duty is sort of along those lines of what you ought to do, even though it might particularly not make you happy in the near future. It might be good in the long run or good for everybody else. So I think there's things that we can do out of duty, and I think it's noble and good. I think there's other things that are out of duty that end up going south. So an example is a married couple that stays together, but they're absolutely toxic together, and they're staying together just for their kids. There's been a lot of feedback that actually that doesn't work. And I know that a lot of people are running around saying stay together no matter what, be married no matter what. And I think that there's a lot of storms people can weather and get through, and that's a good thing. But I also think that there's a lot of people that end up in very just toxic, bad relationships, and they end up damaging their children because maybe there's an abusive spouse or just maybe, two parents that do not like each other and they're just really toxic together, and maybe they're okay separate. Those people don't typically have healthy families either. This idealism that, never get divorced because divorce, leads to screwed up kids. So does staying together for the kids, because the kids are like, please make it all stop. I don't know. It's I don't know. It's like he wants to roll it back to the 50s, and the 50s really weren't that great. They still had a lot of problems. He needs to stop talking about the left. He doesn't understand politics at all. Well, in his politics, the left in Canada looks a little bit different than the left here in the United States, too. So we're a little bit different. To me, bodies are different, yet depending on the sports and the teams, women versus women, men versus men, trans versus trans, unless there's an agreement, I know it's hard to find two people exactly the same. So there's been talk about, should we, instead of separating it by gender, should we separate it by body versus and testosterone, like different factors as opposed to gender? I've heard people toy around with that idea. I don't know how well that would work out. Yeah, the stigma of having divorced parents. Yeah, well, and as a bastard child, I like to say that because it's funny to me. But I was adopted, by the way. But as somebody that did not have a dad on their birth certificate, if I was born in a different time period, I think it was, can't remember when they stopped it. I think the 1920s or 30s. I think it was the 30s. They used to stamp something on your birth certificate, and they would label you and stamp it as illegitimate. So you would have the stamp of like you were born to an unmarried coupling, and you were born to an unmarried woman, and you are illegitimate. That word in itself like was very, very cringy and very terrible. And it affected what people could do in society. Like it actually chased them down if you were illegitimate, even if you weren't raised in an orphanage, but maybe like adopted by uncle or something. You were still haunted by this because you weren't good enough. And it's weird because it's sort of like the notion of Jon Snow and Game of Thrones. That's not been too long ago. Like that's a notion that's been existing for a while, is this weird double standard treatment. So I don't know. I don't yearn for the old days. I don't think the old days were better. I just don't. I don't get the Ted Bundy thing, sorry. Let's see, stigma. There's a lot of stigmas that are all sorts of things. Like people are whining victim on the conservative side, and it's like, I know what it's like to be made fun of for having some conservative views, but I have to tell you, I also know what it's like to be fundamentally hated for having some things that are foundational about you. And I gotta tell you, the other one's worse. It's got to be worse than having some ideals that are unpopular.
And then that produces this idea that all sexual drive, you have a chapter in your book called not all desire is good. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. There's this absolute clamoring insistence that every form of sexual desire and behavior is to be valued, celebrated, and promoted. And that if you dare oppose that, there's something immoral about the opposition. So that's merely a consequence, let's say, of your bigotry.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe certain states maybe still didn't take that off. I know that a lot of states did around the 30s, but Ted Bundy, I don't know when he was born. He wouldn't have been that old. But yeah, it could be that some states had it still.
And you pointed out in your book that you often get artistic types like Andre Gide, let's say, and left-wing intellectuals pushing for full sexual freedom. And some of that's high openness and some of that's low conscientiousness, that's for sure. But then there's a kickback that's really interesting to me, because it's the same radicals possessed by exactly the same set of ideas who made a very radical counterclaim. And the counterclaim is something like, well, every form of sexual behavior must be celebrated and is nothing but a testament to the ever-blossoming range of human freedom. But every form of sexual interaction between particularly a young man and a young woman is so dangerous right to its core that there's nothing more important than...
Oh my goodness, this guy's giving me flashbacks to like the sex talks we got in Baptist church. So like, speaking of people that are saying, don't teach sex ed in schools. Well, churches sometimes dip their hand in it, and usually it's abstinence only kind of stuff. And granted, I grew up in California, so I don't know how it was for other folks, but I was in a conservative church in California, and it was a Baptist church. And we had a huge youth group. It was really fun. I had a lot of fun, by the way, conservative or not. And this huge youth group, I say we had 300 high school students. It was really big. They got this little old man to come talk to us about sex one Sunday. And they did it again at summer camp too. It's always this little old man. And he came in and he was just like, he's like, guys, the plumbing works. Don't try it. and that was like the message was like, women, it's your job, you know, young ladies, it's your job to think highly of yourself and to not give yourself away. And if you give yourself away, it's like gluing construction paper together, and you rip it apart and you leave part of your way and part of it back, part of yourself to the next person, and then you eventually have nothing left to give to your spouse. And they would say things like, if you had sex before marriage, it was cheating on your future husband. And, you know, they would use these scare tactics. If you had sex with one person and they had sex with one person, you're really exposing yourself to like 5 other people because people slept around, and they would like talk about sexual exposure constantly and stuff like that. And so they would use every fear tactic you could possibly think of, like you could get pregnant. You're going to get diseases. And your self-worth and value is going down. Now, women got the value speech. Your value goes down, and no man wants to be with a woman that slept with 5 people. Oh my God. And then they wouldn't do the same thing to men. Men, like, they didn't say that men's value went down. They just said that our value went down as women. And so that's always been very noticeable.
Full consent.
That was the 90s.
And that consent has to be documented verbally, and maybe even beyond verbally, formally, for even interactions that were once as casual, let's say, as dancing. And so at Princeton University, for example, there was a push to make men ensure that even when they're dancing with a girl who agreed to dance, that it was incumbent upon them multiple times during the dance to ask verbally to ensure that that once established consent was still continuing. Now, you know, if you weren't being cynical about that, you might say, well, that's a stumbling attempt to something approximating awake politeness, because if you have any sense, when you're dancing with someone, one of the things you actually want to know is, do they really want to be doing it? But it's very peculiar to me and illuminating that this insistence on negotiated contract for every step of a potentially sexual interaction is being insisted upon, not by Christian apologists for traditional morality, but by the same radicals who are out there dancing.
Is he complaining about ongoing consent? Is this a complaint about enthusiastic and ongoing consent? Excuse me? We'll go back a little bit.
Insistence on negotiated contract for every step of a potentially sexual interaction is being insisted upon.
You absolutely should be able to do that. In fact, if you can talk about it before what you like and don't like, please do. Most people aren't. I didn't know I could do that even as a married person until I was like, okay, now that this is happening, I totally I like this, I don't like that. But like I didn't even think about like talking about it ahead of time because I wasn't educated enough. Like I got married at 20 and I was a virgin. Like it's just oh God. You know, and again, like I love sex. I think it's not a bad thing. It's great, but like there's so much that we don't know when we go into this blindly. So this concept of ongoing and enthusiastic consent really should also be in a marriage, in my opinion. Like, you know, like people should be happy about what's happening. And if somebody doesn't like to do a certain act, they should be able to be like, hey, no, we're going to put the brakes on it. Or, hey, no, I'm really tired right now and I need to sleep. Or, hey, no, like you have to have some sort of ability to have that ongoing communication. And I think he said contract. Like that's healthy, even in a marriage. Like it's called enthusiastic consent, ongoing consent. Yeah, I don't even. I have a lot of questions. Man. Yeah. So you agree that's what it, oh, wow. I mean, that's what Trump thinks, right? You keep asking somebody if you want to dance. Well, you ask somebody if they want to dance, right? And you can tell typically if people are liking to dance, let's say like the dance changes and now the dance rules change, and maybe you're dancing a different dance. Probably want to let them know, like, hey, we're now dancing a salsa dance, or we're now going to slow dance versus, like regular dance. I don't know. Like typically you want to change the dance up. You typically want to give the person a heads up, and there should be like an ongoing conversation, or yes, no, thumbs up, no, yes, kind of thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's not bad. Fabio says, remember to keep your room clean. Thank you, Fabio. Fabio, clean your part. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Thank you, Fabio. This is very, very wisdom from Italy.
Not by Christian apologists for traditional morality, but by the same radicals who are out there dancing 3/4 naked in the street in their
I want Fabio to join so you can go, for fuck's sake,
dog costumes, and insisting that, every bit of sexual expression is to be lauded.
My suspicion with what's going on there with this rise of sort of
he just talked about like sexual expression shouldn't be lauded, and then he complains about ongoing consent. He's just so bizarre. Don't get it. Typically, you can't make someone stand up and dance full of people. It's not a good comparison. I mean, unless you're at an orgy, maybe. Like, it's a dance full of people, right? Let's see. Definitely not my scene, by the way. He's coming off like he doesn't need to ask if they'll dance with him, right? Kind of, yeah, like it's an assumption. Writing this down for my husband, must stop randomly dancing in and around him. I didn't say must stop. Like people mistake that, but like if you're gonna try something new, you don't just suddenly spring it on somebody. Somebody should have the ability to be like, no, I don't want to do that particular thing. You ever seen the movie This Boy's Life? And trigger warning, I'm gonna talk about a sex scene that's a little bit ick. Well, a lot of it ick, but it's not like the worst. But it is sort of like on the lines of sexual assault. But Robert De Niro's in it, and I can't remember who's his wife. But the story goes, was that Leo or River Phoenix? Was that Leo or River Phoenix in that? I think it was River Phoenix. I'm pretty sure it was River Phoenix. Yeah. So it was called This Boy's Life. Was it? I'm gonna just look it up. It's bothering me because sometimes I get the younger versions of themselves mixed up. Maybe it was Leo. 1993. Oh, it's gonna be Leo. 1993. Leonardo DiCaprio. Okay, yeah. So This Boy's Life is Leo. Leonardo DiCaprio. That's right. So Leo's a kid in this movie, and it's 1993, and I want to say it's the 50s. Yeah, it's the 50s because he's got the greaser hair. It's the 1950s, and his mom kind of leaves and uproots, and I think maybe she was divorced or something, has to leave the guy that she's with and uproots with the kid, and she kind of gets this daring journey across the country, meets this man. This man is Robert De Niro. This man is a man's man and is really hard and frankly abusive to the kid. And this man's man in the sex scenes just like, she's like, oh, I want to see your face. And he's like, no, we're going to do it my way. And you're in my house and I'm going to have sex my way. And he insists that like they do a doggy style, and she's just miserable. She's just miserable. She hates it. And that's just an example of in a common position that a lot of people like, but that is an example of how he does not give an F. It is his house and his authority and stuff that falls under ongoing enthusiastic consent. Like that absolutely does. And that's not even getting into things like oral or anything like that. So like, absolutely. That's an example of why ongoing consent's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to stop everybody and be like, you're doing the same thing and you're like, okay, all right, is this still cool? I mean, you can, but like it also means like if you're changing things up or planning something different, then you probably would want to, run that by the person, and if somebody's requesting something, you don't just do that exact opposite, right? So I don't know, like to me, like this concept of ongoing consent or this concept of enthusiastic doesn't sound that strange to me.
a bureaucratic attitude to sex, shall we say, idea of asking for consent at every stage and so on. I mean, the funniest example, which I mentioned briefly in the book, is an idea cooked up by some university students that you would sign a contract before you had casual sex, and you take a photo of the pair of you with your contract and so on. And the joke obviously is, why not get dressed up in a big white dress? Why not invite all your friends? You know, it's this sort of reinvention of marriage. I think that's basically what is going on.
We're married for the day. That's the contract.
I think what's going on with this reintroduction of these new rules post Me Too is that complete sexual freedom is not a sustainable system. And what
I don't know if these new rules are all post Me Too. I think some of the rules existed beforehand, but they just weren't talked about as enough. And there's a lot of people that were uneducated. And there's like a tip of experience like that's different, and like across our country particularly, there's a lot of differences in what people feel like they can and cannot do, or what they've experienced. At this point, if I started square dancing, do-si-do in the middle. That's right.
We've had for centuries, millennia, up until the 1960s really, is a very complicated tapestry of laws and norms which regulate sexuality, and which particularly regulate heterosexuality. Because what you're dealing with when it comes to heterosexuality is great imbalances of physical strength, the fundamental imbalance of reproductive roles, and also personality differences, and you know, all of this, which make it it's just inherently very, very difficult to deal with mating smoothly. There is a lot of heartache, there is a lot of risk. And what we have in most societies,
I think there's a heartache and risk in homosexual relationships. Have you met them? Like any relationship where you get attached, especially if there's motion, and it's not just, actually, I think there's more risk when it's emotion involved and it's intimacy versus for fun. I think the risk is even more. I think maybe sleeping around a lot is more of a concern for STDs, maybe, or STIs as they say now. But as far as intimate relationships go, the risk is high for everybody involved because it's an investment, right? Love is a thing. It exists.
Is this complex dance of marriage customs and, you know, thinking more recently in the West, chaperones and asking the father's hand and all of these things which are supposed to basically control sexuality. I mean, the progressive account of this is that they repress people's sexuality, to which I say, yes, they do, but they do that because they have to, because that is it. Completely untrammeled sexual freedom is not possible because of, you can't run a society like that, and because you will inevitably have people coming into conflict with one another if that's permitted. So you need people to be, men and women, to be repressed. I think that's what marriage does, but in a good way, you know. And
we need men and women to be repressed. Repressed? Self-control or moderate, like, you know, but repressed? Is repressed a good thing ever? I mean, I guess I would ask somebody if they were a pedo to please repress it, right? Or get arrested, and really, I would rather you get cannoned to the moon or whatever. Maybe the sun. That would even be better. But like, generally speaking, repression for consenting adults is generally not particularly a good thing. Like, I don't know. Let me see here. Fabio says, I'm going to be really shallow here, but listening to that girl and watching her gaze when she's speaking about sex makes me wonder how long it's been since somebody's been dancing with her. Oh God, Fabio. I don't know. If she happens to be a Christian and she is in that conservative Christian fundamentalist thing, she has to give it up every time her husband says so, right? Isn't that what Tommy Hall said? You don't feel repressed enough? Well, you better work on that repression, because clearly, like, that's an issue for sure. Also, ongoing consent apparently is not a thing, so yay.
As a necessary step towards having productive relationships. And I think there's an attempt to kind of reinvent that with this new bureaucracy, but it's not nearly as good.
Companies aren't proud anymore. They're selling you. We're talking about how these tech companies enrich themselves by taking...
All right. Okay. We're going to play that commercial through. All right, y'all. So thoughts and opinions about this so far. Thoughts and opinions. So, is everybody okay? Are we all safe at home? Just checking. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Peterson like makes some people punch their monitors. He's aggravating. He's aggravating, and I tend to get more aggravated at Shapiro. But that's because he talks really fast, and he thinks that if he talks really fast, he's going to just slide a whole bunch of information on you and just be like information bomb, and you're not going to like slide anything back. And I'm just like, oh. Now this guy is different. He sort of meanders and says terrible things. So, oh, we're back.
Be abdicated is vacuumed up by tyrants. And so if young men and young women aren't regulating their own sexual behavior, then tyrannical bureaucrats will definitely step in to have fun on that front. So, but you brought up 2 points that we
I had an ad blocker, but it's broken now.
An analysis of what actually constitutes
I get another one.
Consent. And then we can start with that. And then the other one was, let me see if I've exactly got this. Oh, yes. Inhibition and oppression, let's say, of sexual desire. See, this is something that has to be handled conceptually very carefully. So there's different models of socialization that permeate the, let's say, the psychological community. And one of them is an ethos of something like inhibition and repression. And so the Freudians sort of fall into that camp, that the superego inhibits the id.
I think it's weird that he embraces Freud and Jung so much. And I do like Jung quite a bit. But like psychology's largely like discarded them. Like they are a stepping point of where they've started, and it's important to learn about them. But to cite them constantly, it's like to me, it's like citing. It's like instead of citing a modern day doctor, you're going to choose somebody from the 1800s. Like it's sort of like pre-penicillin. We're gonna cite this person, and I find it particularly interesting that he always dips back to them. I mean, over and over and over again. And I love Jung's archetypes and stuff like that, but they're not scientific. They're just exploratory. You explore ideas, and if you're looking to explore ideas. You can maybe dip into these old folks, but if you are looking to cite it as relevant information that people can kind of build a foundation on, I think it's a bit dangerous. You better be careful. 2 sexually repressed people talking about sex is pathetic. It's interesting. It's not not as annoying as classically Abby. Oof. You know who's worse than them is Pearl. Pearl is now worse than them. She's absolutely horrendous. Yeah, slowed build up with words. Absolutely. I found it particularly hypocritical when Peterson was touring the world telling people how to better themselves, and all while he was addicted to pills and almost died from it. Yeah, it's frustrating. But that is definitely not unheard of. I mean, if I had a nickel for how many pastors like were addicted to hookers and blow, it's just, yeah. Yeah. Clean up your room in the bottles. No, he hasn't talked about the archetypes yet. But since he jumped into Freud, I thought, well, here comes Jung. So let's see here.
And squashes it down, I'd say. And that part of what makes you a social being is your ability to suppress and inhibit desires like aggression and sex. And I don't think that's true. I don't
think self-control necessarily is synonymous with repression. I feel like self-control is different. And you might have a desire and you have competing desires. We all have competing desires. We want to eat like a big old cake. I don't know. I'm just picking something. I want a big old chocolate cake, but I also know that I need to lose weight. And so you have a competing desire. Do you want to lose weight? Or do you want the big old chocolate cake, right? And so those are called competing desires. We have a lot of them. Not all of them are good. Not everything that pops in your mind is always the best idea. And I don't really consider like necessarily repressing them per se as self-control. Repression is something that seems to be really harmful and long-term, as opposed to like just choosing not to and kind of choosing that competing desire and putting it aside. And then you kind of work through it and it's over. But repression is like this ongoing thing where it's like a huge loud symbol in the background constantly. I think that's a bit different.
I think that's true when it's gone wrong. So here's an alternative viewpoint. This is the viewpoint of people like Jean Piaget, who's a great developmental psychologist. He thought of the developmental process as one of integration. Now, you already put forth a 3-stage model of female development, and you could think about that as a continuing model of complex integration. And so the reason that sex becomes regulated isn't because it's now being inhibited. It's being regulated because it's being integrated into higher order games. And so
sex is regulated because it's integrated in higher order games. So sex is transactional? Is that what you're trying to say? So you might sleep with someone to gain social status? Is that what you're saying?
Being integrated, for example, and maybe can even be celebrated within this confined area of, or regulated area of integration. It's becoming integrated with the more mature realization that sex outside of an iterated relationship is actually a net negative, even for the parties involved, even if they're primarily motivated by their own hedonism and then hypothetically their own will. And so it isn't inhibition that's regulating sex, and it isn't top-down social control. It's the necessity of integrating sex, which can be just a unidimensional desire, into a much more sophisticated symphony of social interactions. Now, when that fails, inhibition is necessary, right? So if you have someone who's acting in an antisocial manner, parading their sexuality, insisting upon short-term gratification at their own expense and that of others, then compulsion might have to be brought to bear.
Yeah, but that's not like your average person, right? Your average person isn't that. I would say like we're going to just use Jesse as an example. Your average person isn't like Jesse. Like that's, the weirdo that Steve brought on that ended up on Chris Hansen. Like obviously like there's extremes that are just like, obsessed, and aggressive. But your average person that wants to have a good time or make a connection, like I don't see what you're saying exactly. And granted, I veer more conservative in my personal life in this way. Maybe I don't really particularly have a desire to sleep around, and that has more to do with my personal value system and where I am. So like for me, I don't look at somebody on the beach and go, that's a beautiful person, I would like to have sex with them. There's a lot of beautiful people in San Diego, a lot. And I am not one of them, but like, even if I was, like, that's just not how I'm wired to be. I need a sort of connection. So for me, that's one thing. Now I know people that are different. They can have a good time and drop it, and that's how it is. And that's the understanding. There's not necessarily hurt feelings. It's just how it is. And I know women that are like that. It's not like just a man that's like that. And that can exist. It's a thing. It's just not how I'm personally built. I think he's making an assumption that we're built exactly the same, but we're not always the same. We're different. It is one of those things. Maybe I'm overthinking and nitpicking, but if we're controlling it, wouldn't it be repression? So for me, let me see here. Repression. So that can be restraint, prevention, subduing something by force. But if you're talking about repression in psychology, which he's a psychologist, right? Yeah, it's all about holding back and holding down. And it seems like it's like an ongoing thing versus like a self-control thing that like is like a flow. I don't know. What do you think? What is the difference between repression and self-control? Do you think it's synonymous? Do you think it's synonymous? Oh, Simos, you're adorable. Simos plays the guitar He's got plus 50 to attractiveness just and charisma just by that fact. Let's see here. Control would not be repression. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so I think maybe that's what it is. I think repression is sort of like this thing that you can't necessarily put a lid on, and you're trying to. I don't know. It's an interesting thing. This guy? Yeah, he's let me see what his degree is. And I know he's a psychologist, but let me see. Or maybe he's a psychoanalyst. He could be a psychoanalyst. Let me double check. He's a psychologist. Okay. So let me see where he went to school. Okay, Jordan Peterson, born in 1962, is a Canadian psychologist, author, and media commentator. Let's see where his education is at. Education. Peterson entered Grand Prairie Regional College to study political science and English literature. He was studying to be a corporate lawyer. During this time, he read Road to Wigan Pier by George Orwell. Oh, God. And it significantly affected his educational focus and worldview. He later transferred to University of Alberta, where he completed his BA in political science in 1982. So he started out as in political science. This kind of explains some of his bents, for sure. Afterwards, he took a year off to visit Europe, where he began studying the psychological origins of the Cold War. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. So he was already really hooked into... This explains why he's so focused on totalitarianism and stuff. So afterwards, he took a year off and visited Europe, where he began studying the psychological origins of the Cold War, 20th century European totalitarianism, the works of Carl Jung, Friedrich Nietzsche, and Dostoevsky, which he loves. He loves Dostoevsky. The brothers K. Let's see here. Peterson then returned to the University of Alberta and received his BA in psychology in 1984. So he's got a BA, but does he have a master's? Because oh yeah, okay. So he does go up the route. I was going to say, because in order to be clinical here, you'd have to at least have your master's. Okay. He earns his PhD in psychology under the supervision of somebody named Robert O'Phil in 1991. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's where he is. And he's done research at Harvard University. Harvard tends to run conservative, FYI. Hence, Shapiro loves Harvard. All right. Continue.
But that indicates a failure of the proper developmental pathway rather than a manifestation of a necessarily oppressive patriarchy. And that's a much more positive vision of the regulation of sexual behavior. It's more like ordered freedom rather than inhibition. And that also opens up another positive idea, which
you're
is
beautiful,
that,
Melissa.
We've toyed with the idea that the birth control pill meant that impulsive hedonism could now rule, and that would be the highest form of sexual expression. And the idiot artists who jumped on that bandwagon were certainly of that mind. But what we're seeing instead is that young men and women are turning in ever greater numbers to a very casual pornography, especially with regards to the boys, to the abandonment of any relationships whatsoever. And then, interestingly enough, it seems, to much less sexual activity in general. I think it's 30% now of Japanese people under 30 are still virgins. 30%. South Korea. And you can see the same proclivity emerging in the West. So what's happening paradoxically is that by removing all the principles from sexual interaction, not the inhibitions, but the principles, we're actually dooming the sexual enterprise rather than facilitating it.
Oh, I don't think you're excusing your behavior. I think you're trying to explain it.
Even for the hedonists. So anyways, it's very useful to know that there's an integration model rather than an inhibition model, right? Because it also stops those who might oppose the sexual revolution from just being finger-wagging conservative moralists. Because you can say, no, you're going to have a way better sex life in every possible way if you actually...
I mean, that's what the youth pastors taught us, right? But that's not always true. It's not always true.
Actually, like, fall in love with someone and have a long-term relationship. And I think the psychological, the statistical data on that are pretty clear too. Most single people don't have a lot of sex.
The phrase that I use in the book...
Because it's not convenient. So a lot of people that are single don't have a lot of sex because if they're not cohabitating, it's not very convenient. You can't just roll over and be like, hey, let's go. You have to seek it out. You have to date. You have to like make, have some sort of arrangement or whatever. Like it's not, I mean, most single people have less sex. Well, that makes sense. I don't know. I don't feel like that's like an epiphany. I think that's a pretty well-known thing. That's part of why people get into partnerships, especially cohabitation. Like I mean, it is a part of the factor, right?
Book to describe this exact phenomenon where you, on the one hand, have hypersexual public life. You can walk down any street and see women in lingerie on posters or watch TV, and there's very explicit sex scenes, etc. So on the one hand, we've had this amazing ramping up of sexuality in public life. But on the other hand, exactly as you say, we have what's sometimes called the sex recession, the fact that people are having sex later, less frequently. I think what's happening generally is people are having probably more casual sex, but
so people are having sex later in life. I mean, is that bad? Like, is that bad? So instead of like 14, or 15, like a lot of my friends were losing their virginity at like 14, 15, 16, around that age. And you have some people that are losing their virginity around 20, 21, 22. Like, is that bad? To be careful? I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But then I'm biased. I got married at 20, so I don't know. I have a whole different view in that way. And in that way, maybe I'm more conservative. Yeah, the ability to, exactly. It is. I remember when I first got married, one of the things I really loved was, and I guess I'm a more intimate driven person, but one of the things I really loved was just the ability to sleep together. And I don't mean like necessarily, like sex. I mean like the ability to have intimacy and be close. And for me, that was really thirsty for that and didn't have, not particularly that, but like I just didn't have a lot of physical affection in my life. And I didn't have like a safe place for that to be. Like that was a real big deal to me and I loved it. It was great. But like, also, yes, the act is far more convenient when you're cohabitating. I wouldn't even say when you're married, when you're cohabitating, it's way more convenient.
They're having sex less frequently. So when they are having sex, it's more likely to be casual, but they're not forming these long-standing relationships. And the term that I use in the book is cultural death grip syndrome, taken from the quasi-medical term death grip syndrome, which is used by compulsive porn users to describe the experience of impotence when you use too much porn. You get to the point where you actually can't be aroused either physically or psychologically. Do
you know how rare that is? Do you know how rare it is for people to choose porn over relationship? Like it's not that common. Like I that's a tactic that has been used for a long time. And I would really like to see statistics on that because other than like from the Christian Coalition or something that's very biased, but I mean, I don't know, like it's just like, and particularly like inability to get aroused. Like, I just think that's really particular. I don't know.
In real life, because you use so much porn. And I think cultural death grip syndrome is the counterpart.
What in the world is cultural death grip syndrome? Let me see what that is. Is that a buzzword that she's just invented? Let's see. Is that part of your, is that like chapter 5 in your book? Let's see. Cultural death grip syndrome. Let's see. Oh, okay. This is from 2003. It says, concept, death grip syndrome, sometimes abbreviated DGS, is arguably coined in 2003 by sex columnist Dan Savage, and an issue that affects both men and women. For women, the slang term is dead vagina syndrome. Although men with this indisposition may experience an erection, it may impact the relationship negatively due to the sense of sexuality being incompatible with a partner due to the habit of lasting too long during sexual activity. Hurry up, finish. So apparently if your erection is like too long lasting, I need a show in hands in chat. Has anybody complained about like an erection that's lasted too long? I'm just curious. Maybe I'm just a little bit like Tantra, baby. I don't know. But I don't know if that's on my complaint list. But anyway, erection lasting too long during sexual activity and the subsequent side effects are blue balls and inhibited ejaculation. And some partner may have claimed to experience a death grip state. Although they can experience pleasure, the vagina feels loose and fellatio insufficient to produce an orgasm. Has any of you guys heard this before? I have never heard this before. All right, let me look at chat really quick. Japan earlier. Yeah. Japan has the lowest teen pregnancy, yeah. Ask Uni, ba-ching! I saw that. Let's see here. I haven't heard people are choosing porn over relationships. I know people who are complaining that men have unrealistic expectations of sex after watching pornos. I agree. Like, again, porn is not really my thing and my favorite, but the little I've watched, it's like, I'm looking at it going, that woman's not enjoying that. Like, most women don't want to be jackhammered. I'm just saying. Like, I don't know. I'm glad people are waiting, but I guess I do see these young people exposed to porn. All the gamer channels talk about it constantly. And then also never too long. We tried the blue pill. Tantra, baby. That's funny. Yep. So most people aren't complaining about it lasting too long, but this woman apparently is. She says, like, there's a death grip syndrome. Hurry up. Can we finish? Oh my God.
To that, where on the one hand, we have this astounding availability of sexual stimuli at the click of a button at any moment. Anything that you can imagine is available on the internet immediately. And that seems to be demotivating people to actually seek out meaningful sexual relationships, which in the long term are vastly better for us in every possible way.
I met one guy that I played WoW with that said he didn't like having sex with his girlfriend. And I said, why? I said, like, do you want to have a boyfriend? And he's like, no, I like girls. I said, well, are you attracted to her? He's like, yeah. I said, okay, well, why don't you have sex with your girlfriend? He's like, because it's too much work. I was like, okay. So, I mean, there's some people that aren't into it, but usually they're kind of on the asexual spectrum, or they're really tired for some reason.
But we have a culture enabled by technology, which is very, very short term in every way. So people are channeled towards that kind of immediate relief that disincentivizes proper. Yeah.
I think the rule is something like unearned surfeit turns into revulsion. Right?
Unearned surf fight. Okay. Yes. One thing that is a plus side for being a woman is multiples for sure. Absolutely.
Right? It's too much of a good thing means that it's no longer a good thing. And that, and that goes along with an idea too, that there's something like optimal deprivation, right? I mean, look, let's say you've just had a big banquet and someone sits you down and says, well, now you have to eat 5 pounds of dessert. It's like, first of all, that's not going to be a very attractive proposition. And second of all, it might actually make you ill, is that everything has to be in proper proportion. And one of the things we really haven't contended with at all in our society is.
So not only do they complain about sleeping with multiple partners and stuff like that, which, I mean, we can talk about the ethics of that, but now we're complaining about the length of time you sleep with the partner that maybe you're married with. And like, I don't know, like, I'm so confused at this point. I'm confused.
How much desperation is necessary on the sexual front to drive young men and young women together? And the answer is not zero. And the problem with pornography, one of many problems, is that it drives desperation on the male front down to zero. Now, I know perfectly well from my clinical experience that the standard state of most young men, especially under 20, let's say, is pretty much terror in the face of a woman who they're very attracted to. And the reason for that is that, well, there's all sorts of reasons, but the primary reason is the probability that any given male, even one who's very attractive, let's say in multiple ways, is going to be rejected by any given female, especially a high value female.
We all face rejection. That is part of it. Like I don't think that being scared is not anything new. I think it's always been that way. Even in when the good old days in the 1950s, people still were afraid of rejection. That's nothing new. That's as old as time. It just looks a little different now, but it's nothing new.
Female who has a lot of people attracted to her is extremely high. So there are classic psychological experiments showing this. If you send attractive undergraduates out to talk to other undergraduates to offer sex tests, say, well, would you be willing to have?
Oh yeah, high value for sure. So like that's been all over YouTube, high value women, and it's never like high value men. It's always high value women. And usually that's involved in they're looking for you to be demure and modest and usually, frankly, submissive, but they're usually avoiding that word, but demure and modest. And generally, like, I veer modest. I don't veer demure. I think it's bullshit. And then they look for how many partners have you been with? And if you're like above 5, you're disgusting. Like that's kind of what this is pushing. And if you are a virgin, then you are of higher value. And so they place your value on your sexuality, how much you sleep with somebody or don't. And they place it on your money that you come from. They place it on your intellect, but that's down the list somewhere. And they place it on your ability to compliment your husband instead of being an egalitarian. This is very anti-egalitarian. This is very complementarian almost. Like if he was going in a religious talk, he would be called a complementarian, which is the man is the leader of the house, the woman's there to complement and kind of play a duet with him, but he's going to always take the lead. Absolutely. That typically, the value is placed on attractiveness. Earlier he was talking about like women have a shelf life, and he was going on and on about that. And he was saying, don't place your value in the physical things like Marilyn Monroe, but, place it in, other things like wisdom or whatever. And that's great, except then he goes and he places your value on sexuality again by doing the virginity thing, and how many people you sleep with affects your value. So, oh no, males being rejected by attractive females. My God, where's this going to end? Grow a pair, Peterson. Absolutely, grow a pair. Let's see here. Blessed be he. Purify yourself. He showed you the way. Have you forgotten? Squanderers of his light and life. All right. Let's see here. Well, and I think the high value men is all about money, usually in position like that. Absolutely.
Coffee with me. Would you be willing to give me your phone number?
I
Would
don't
you be
think
willing
in
to
these
come back
terms,
to my
but a lot
apartment?
of them are.
If the girls offer that, then whoever they're offering that to on the male front will take them up on their offer. But if the boys offer that, even when they're attractive, the probability that their advances will be rejected is extremely high. And so young men face the uncomfortable situation where even if they're competent and will turn eventually into useful men, which isn't the status of most very young men, the probability that they'll be rejected is extremely high. And then it's also the case that there's little that's more psychologically impactful than such rejection, especially if it's undertaken by someone to whom there's a genuine attraction. So that means that boys are paralyzed into terror. I think that's not too exaggerated a term.
We have always had rejection. If it's not a rejection over looks back in the days, let's go Jane Austen days. It's all about stature and family and where you are and your place in society. And can you marry within your stature? And you can't marry beneath you. You have to marry, and you don't marry for love. Like in Jane Austen, eventually you do marry for love, which is breaking the rules. But like that's the whole point, right? Is that most of the things are arranged, and they're almost like a business contract. And you're like, I hope this is a good match and somebody that I also can love and learn to love. But like, we want to go back to the days where it's like, oh, you have good prospects. Because you have good prospects, that's why we're going to marry. Are we going to marry because we love each other and we are compatible and we respect each other? Or is this all about who's high value? We're marrying for all the wrong reasons. Do you make the almighty dollar as a man, as a woman? As a woman, did you keep the seal on before you open? Like what the fuck?
By the mere fact of attractive women. And so, they slough that off and they make derogating jokes and so forth to try to get over that, but it doesn't change the basic reality. And that also means that a certain percentage of males, and it's not low, really, it could easily be like 30% are just paralyzed into utter stasis by the possibility of rejection.
Okay, all right. So the incels that worship you, dude, are paralyzed into rejection. How many of these incels, like, oh my gosh, have you ever paid attention to them? For one, a lot of them are not very good looking, and they expect to get, like, here they are, they roll in, they're like a 4 in good lookingness, right? Like they're like, hi, I look really terrible. And then they're like, but I deserve a woman that's a 10, and it's like, no, I mean, there are a lot of 10 women that will date beneath them in looks. Absolutely. I mean, look at Julia Roberts when she dated Lyle Lovett. Like he's not a looker. But he had other redeeming qualities that I guess she liked. But like women look at a lot of different factors. Well, I do think like there's a saying of like women will judge a man by the shoes he wears, which is kind of funny. Like, so if you're wearing dad shoes and you're wearing New Balance shoes, a woman might judge you. You're a nerd. If you're wearing really expensive shoes and fancy Dan shoes, they might judge you. If you're wearing hikers, they might judge you. There's that, I guess, aspect. And that's kind of around classism, and less about your looks. It's classism. It's about money and stuff like that. And then men are, I would say men are largely are at a young age about looks. And then afterwards, it just sort of changes. But I've met some that aren't. It's one of those things. Check in chat real quick. You can't win. If you are a virgin, you're a prude. And I mean, it's like Breakfast Club. If you're a virgin, you're a prude. And if you sleep around your slut, and you never can win. I don't have the seal on, but the box that it came in, I like it. But that's funny. For a lot of incels, it's their attitude and hygiene. Yeah, that expectedness, right? That entitlement. Why have you forsaken his fire inside of you? Have you forgotten he sustains you and can purify you? Okay. You keep saying these words, dude. Yes. Yes, she was with Lyle Lovett. And it was grody. If I have to choose between a experienced woman and a virgin, I know who I'll choose. That's funny. Fabio, you saying your value doesn't go down if you sleep with somebody? What? What Peterson tells young men they rejected, it's their fault. He's not blaming women. He sort of is. He's influencing some of the worst, I think, behaviors in our society. Things like classism, things like sexism. I think he reinforces it for sure.
Especially because
he might tell you to clean your room and brush your teeth and comb your hair, but he's still reinforcing this.
They have been fortified against it with their dependency-inducing upbringing. Unless they're driven forward by a certain amount of desperation, some of which needs to be sexual, they're never going to break through that barrier. And so then they can satisfy themselves momentarily with pornography, and then that turns into that host of problems you already described. As now they're training themselves, maybe right from puberty, to be impotent cuckold voyeurs, essentially. So
okay, that's funny. That is funny. I never thought about it in those terms. That is kind of funny. Like, are you a cuckold if you're just the voyeur? You're just the one fapping in the corner. I never thought about it in those terms. I do think that's funny. I think that's funny.
That's not good training. Then they're training themselves to view women as targets of short-term gratification. So that's something in psychopathy. Also interfering with their ability to establish a relationship and also to perform sexually in a real environment. So all that seems like, like a 5-dimensional catastrophe. And that's going to get a lot worse in the next year, by the way, because we haven't seen anything on the pornography front compared to what's going to be coming down with the advent of AI. Because now what's going to happen real soon is that this is already underway. So imagine a sign-up service where you can talk to a very attractive young woman. And she's an AI, right? So she can be as attractive as you want her to be and tuned exactly to your preferences. Okay, so now there's already a service offering this, by the way.
People need to take care of themselves, get fit, and eat right. You'll save your marriage. I did. I think there's physical attraction that is definitely like a play in marriage for sure. But when I hear people say this, they almost always put it on the woman and not the man. And men tend to get a dad bod and a beer gut, and it's totally acceptable. Women are like tolerant of it. Women, gets thick thighs and suddenly, we're out to pasture, your shelf life.
So now you have a friend, and that friend can keep track of your conversations. And especially if you're lonesome and isolated, that might be the best friend you've ever had, and certainly the most attractive person you've ever talked to. Now, it's not real, but, men are pretty damn visual. So it's got a long ways towards real. And then, for your subscription.
I love that you don't know that. Actually, I think it's the sweetest thing ever. I don't mean that insulting. I actually think that's great. I don't really think it's a good thing, but a cuckold is a guy that usually it's a man. It can be a woman, I guess, but that is a sexual voyeur, and they will have their partner, typically their wife, sleep with other people, usually men, and find it sexually pleasing or satisfying to be humiliated in that way. It's the most bizarre thing ever. I don't know. And a lot of people use it as an insult. So if you're a cuckold, you're the guy that isn't there to please your wife, but you're watching somebody else. And it's sort of bizarre. And some people use it as an insult where it's like the woman's doing it to the guy, but sometimes it's like, it's weird. It's sometimes it's a fetish thing, and it's something I don't really understand. I know about, but I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. But yeah, I never thought about it in those terms. It was kind of a funny way to phrase it.
Fee. You can talk to the woman nude, and then the whole avenue of sexual display is open to you. And so God only knows what that's going to do.
Yes, sex robots are the next step, where you have a
Well, and then the integration of those two things. Yeah, that'll be great. That'll really get us
you
going.
end up in a situation where young men can feel
He hasn't even gotten to talking about the fleshlight.
as if they are winning at life, right, with their sex robot, who's giving them all the cues that suggest fitness. But in fact, they don't need to wash, they don't need to have.
We interrupt this moment for refine and fire. It's my heart's one desire. Just kidding. This is so awkward. Why are you talking about this now?
A job of their lives, because the sex robot doesn't care. OnlyFans, I think, is a step along this path, because what OnlyFans offers is not just pornography. It offers a parasocial relationship. It gives the impression to customers that this woman cares about them, remembers his birthday, remembers his children's names, all of this stuff. But it's all obviously a mirage, and it's one that's purchased. And it's completely the wrong sense of structure for everyone.
Right. Well, and that's narcissistic exploitation on the part of the females with antisocial personality traits, and often, what would you say, aided and abetted by quasi-psychopathic pimps, electronic pimps. And, those OnlyFans women, that you made a very good point there.
That just rolls off the tongue for him. Quasi-psychopathic electronic pimps. Quasi-psychopathic electronic pimps,
Those are actually androids, right? Because they're not women. Now you might say, what the hell are you talking about, Dr. Peterson? Obviously they're women. It's like, no, they're not. They're machine-women hybrids. And the machine is the technology that can broadcast their image to millions of people. So you're not a woman anymore if you're in a million men's bedrooms at the same time. You're a woman.
What? You're not a man anymore because you're on several YouTubes right now, simultaneously, people watching. You're not a man anymore. Just saying. Especially if I'm somebody that's intellectually driven, right? So you don't exist. You're not a man anymore. It's the end. We're done. This doesn't make sense. Oh my gosh. I know, right? I don't know what to say about this. I'm just like dumbfounded. You're not a woman anymore if you're a cam girl. Ha! Different people found you attractive, in fact. Therefore, you're just an half-human android. And you're being pimped by sociopathic, I don't remember the phrase. It was sociopathic something electronic pimps. Oh my gosh. I've been asking that for 4 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is literally dehumanizing. You're not a woman anymore. You're an android. You're half human. It's just gross. And it's funny because I'm not a fan of porn. I think it's fairly destructive, and we could have a conversation about it. But I definitely am not a fan of this either. This is not good. This is madness, I tell you.
Machine hybrid. Now it's virtualized, obviously, because it's
hybrid,
two-dimensional, and it's not embodied in the form of a robot. But the idea that that's not an android means that you're an idiot. That's what it means. It's obviously an android. And
what?
There is definitely that form of parasitism on the female part. These women have embodied capital. That's a good way of thinking about it. So they're young. They don't have economic resources.
Parasitism, like oh my gosh, the dehumanization here. Like a cam girl or a porn star is now a human robot hybrid and a parasite at the same time.
But they're young and beautiful. And that's an economic resource. Make no mistake about it. In fact, it's the highest possible form of wealth. this is another thing that the Marxist types get real wrong with their economic analysis. Because if you took, let's say, a hyper-rich 80-year-old woman, and you said, well, you give away 99% of your fortune, and now you inhabit the body that you had when you were 20. And then we could add to that the possibility of being stellarly beautiful, the probability that that woman would trade everything she has for that opportunity, assuming she hasn't become disenamored of life, is extraordinarily high. And so that also means that on the female side, and this is happening continually, female exploitation can take place with regard to men, just like male exploitation takes place with regard to women. And those women are not doing other women a favor either by monopolizing the marketplace, let's say.
What? Oh my God. I think there is some exploitation in sex work, and I think there's objectification in it. I'm uncomfortable with it. I will say that. That doesn't mean I'm dehumanizing people if I feel that way. Like if I go, oh, I don't want to participate, and it makes me uncomfortable with my morals and ethics, I'm not participating. That's one thing. But to say like they're not human and they're androids and they're devalued and they're parasitic, good God. Good God. What the hell? All right, I'm checking chat here. You must submit to his fire inside you. Okay. Let's see. I told you this dude is applied side. Yes, he does, doesn't he? It's all about economics. It all mixed in. What drugs is he on? Genuinely, I don't know, but if he is on drugs, he'll be in a coma soon. I thought Jesus despised wealth. Well, he wasn't a huge fan. He said, if you wanted to get in my kingdom, be ready to give it all away. Green Soul says, oh no, not this nut again. Yeah, he had to go to rehab for abusing drugs, but the way that he did it is he induced a coma to avoid withdrawals from opioids. Yeah.
I think that one of the ways in which women
Eating
are
coke?
hurt
I don't know.
by the pretense that is widely practiced that men and women are psychologically the same and that male and female sexuality is the same, is that it's very easy for a young, beautiful woman to mistake.
I don't know if people say it's the same. I don't know if that's really a charitable view of it being the same. I think we have inherently different experiences and stuff like that. Even liberal folks aren't like your experiences are exactly the same. I think we can have nuance and say that some experiences are different, but we can still be equal.
Male sexual desire for high regard, and to I think that we parallel tracks when it comes to the short term and the long term, and being very highly desired on the short term track does not necessarily track. In fact, it's the opposite. And I think that the main error that women are making with thinking that OnlyFans is a quick buck, not only is the fact that OnlyFans is really unequal and actually they're very good at making any real money, and generally the ones who are making lots of money were already famous before they joined the platform and so on. It's also the fact that the internet is forever and these images are out there, and it damages your long-term mating prospects to have been on OnlyFans. And actually, I mean, it is clearly the case that female beauty is an incredibly valuable resource. But I think maybe the way in which it needs to be understood distinctly from economic power is it is to some extent vicarious. You can acquire enormous power as a beautiful.
Oof. So OnlyFans. I would say that yes, there's a lot of people that are not successful on OnlyFans. And well, but I also think there's a niche for like literally everybody. People are into everything. And so if you are charismatic enough and you are chubby, people like that. If you are really thin and fit, people like that. Like there is really like something for everybody. But I'm not sure why we're picking on OnlyFans, because OnlyFans, at least, unlike the porn industry, it's not like an industry that has control. The women, I would think, would have more control in the state of OnlyFans. They would have more control over the money and getting the money that they receive for their transaction. Again, I'm not a big fan of sex work, but like if we want to talk about ethics of that, I think that's better. I don't know. I think that's a really, really bold number. I don't know if that's true. I've heard that a lot of people that are in the sex industry really don't enjoy sex like at all, and it's like literally dialing it in. And I think what they do enjoy is the paycheck, but I don't know. Maybe there's some.
For women, through access to typically male political and economic power.
Some people like,
but it doesn't last forever.
empowerment.
If you're able
like
to secure a very high status husband, for instance, and he commits to you for life,
is she
you've
an
translated
AI?
your beauty
Maybe
into
she
real
is
and
an
lasting
AI.
power. If you're not able to do that, then you will very quickly, age 35, age 40, age out of having any access to that kind of power, and then you will potentially be paying the cost later down the line. So there are some women who become very wealthy on OnlyFans, but in general, I would say that it's...
This is a channel that talks about religion, social issues, weirdos on the internet. I talk about all sorts of things like that. And so it is eclectic a lot. I do believe that there's a God. I know theology really well. But you would probably think I'm a heretic.
Very, very poor strategy. And, as ever, it is presented as a short boon.
Yeah, well, and it suffers from the same Pareto distribution problem as any productive enterprise, creative enterprise, which is a small minority of people will rake in all the money, like a tiny, tiny proportion. It'll be 1/10 of 1%. They'll make a spectacular amount of money, and everyone else will strive away in the dirt, scrabbling away for virtually nothing. And then, as you said, even those women who have managed to make that successful are dooming themselves in all likelihood to remaining only attractive to psychopathic and exploitative males, because the rest of them won't be particularly happy with that background. So yeah, it's not a good iterating medium to long-term strategy. Let's talk about consent a little bit, because that's a tricky issue, and it ties back to this notion we were discussing.
Oh God, the tricky issue of consent. Now we're back to consent. I need to clip the consent parts because they've been awful, absolutely awful. Green Soul Sufi, Green Soul, are you a psychoanalyst? Something like that. Green Soul, who's in the field of psychology, says, I first knew about Peterson from his Carl Jung lectures, and I really loved it, but his take on the other shit is insane. I like Jung, right? I don't like Freud inherently. I do like Jung a bit. But like for me, like the cite Jung and especially Freud is like, it's like citing doctors from before penicillin. I just think it's probably not the best. So I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, I have a little bit of a soft spot for Jung. Sticking with the walls. We're going to have a mixed group here of people that believe in a God and don't believe in a God. That tends to be my channel. It tends to be a mixed group. I'm more interested in the social issues right now than the religious issues. I talk about religion a little bit in these because I think that he borrows from a lot of religious ideas. But yeah. Sally, can we not bark?
Earlier about the proclivity of the radical left to insist upon something approximating a contract, which I do think is very comical that, that's the same as, well, maybe consent means getting married. And actually, I think you can make a case for that.
Okay. Right now, we have a problem. Consent means getting married. This is a problem. This is a big problem. So this already is dipping into this argument that you can't be raped in a marriage. I'm just trigger warning here. Trigger warning. I have met many fundamental Christians here online. Never the progressive Christians. And even the moderate Christians, not so much, but it's the fundamentalist Christians that say things like it's impossible. Marital rape is impossible because by being married, you consent just on its own. Like that's consent right there. Just because you have a ring. And then they'll pair it with a wife is to submit to their husband. And then they'll also pair it with that you aren't, a man's body isn't his own, a woman's body isn't their own, and they have to give it to each other. And basically, it always works in the favor of the dude. And dude's like, hey, if I want it, you're going to give it up no matter what. And if you pair that with the lack of wanting birth control, a lot of these really extreme views, they don't, like, the woman's going to have 12 kids, like the old days. Like it's just bizarre. There's so many things that I could point to, besides like trauma. But it's just, I can't believe he's being this reckless, like as if being married implies consent at all times. Like it's, I don't know. I feel like it's very sloppy. Generally, when you're married, yes, you want to sleep together, but generally, like, we're allowed to say no and we're allowed to say nah, and that is part of consent.
So, when you see that happening on campuses very frequently, and we should delve into the details of this, is that a young man and a young woman will sleep together. It's usually at a party, and it's usually a drunken party. And so one of the things that people don't know, maybe because they don't want to, is that almost all criminal behavior that involves coercion is facilitated by alcohol. So half of people who are murdered are drunk, half of the murderers are drunk. There would be almost no domestic abuse, violent abuse, without alcohol. It's an unbelievable facilitator.
This is why the temperance movement was in many ways a feminist movement, I would argue. That's not how it was normally expressed, but the temperance movement was very much about domestic violence.
Right. Well, and on campuses, date rape, etc., and unwanted social sexual advance and alcohol go hand in hand. But of course, you have the libertine culture on campuses, sexually and also behavior.
All those things have happened before libertine stuff on campus. Like, all that stuff has happened before. Oh my gosh. Because honestly, if you're a rapist, you're a rapist. Like, being liberal or conservative isn't going to have anything to do with it. Like, if you're somebody that's sadistic, or if you're somebody that's selfish, if you're somebody that's oppressive, if you're somebody that is narcissistic, and you get off on power, usually it's power related, you don't need to be a liberal or conservative to be a rapist. I'm just saying, like, it's about power, right? Like, it's, oh God.
Behaviorally, and so many campuses are simultaneously hotbeds of, sexual investigation and trouble and drunken Dionysian partying. And, I think there's a time and a place for that. And that's probably when you're young.
Wine flow.
Hopefully you manage to wend your way through it. But as a basis for a stable society, it falls short. But here's one of the problems it really brings up. So now you have women, and hypothetically they have control of the reproductive function, and they can go out and drink, and then they can find themselves waking up in the morning and not even remembering, because alcohol really interferes with memory consolidation, not even at relatively minor doses, not even really remembering how the hell they got there.
So when I used to go out with my friends and we'd go drinking, we usually picked a couple sober people, and we often talked about what we did and didn't want to do. And so we'd look out for each other. And so, like, if somebody didn't want to sleep with somebody and they were more inebriated and less able to kind of say yes or no, obviously we'd look out for each other. And so, like, we would make those kind of arrangements. It's really sad that we have to do that, but yeah, I would say that alcohol can play a role in that sort of stuff, but the role is not like that alcohol causes rapists. It's that alcohol causes it slows our ability to put the brakes on things, and to say no, or to stop things. And so that is a concern sometimes. But I think that also can be an education issue on how we behave when we drink, what we do to protect ourselves, stuff like that. I'm not victim blaming at all. That's not that. It's just in practicality. Maybe we could teach men not to rape. I mean, that's a novel idea. Yeah, people are shit sometimes. Absolutely. That's why I was brought up in Orange County last time. Yeah, it seemed conservative. Yeah. I mean, Orange County is largely fiscally conservative and often socially liberal. So, yeah. It's one of those things.
Now, especially if they're women who've been mistreated in the past, and that's not uncommon, there is a real question that emerges about whether or not they consented. And it's very complicated because it's certainly one of the desperate young men use to.
So let's talk about this. So I looked this up during the Katie Joy Paulson shenanigans with, like, it's not even shenanigans. That's not even the word I would put. Fuckery that EKC and others were doing. And I was speaking with other folks who were doing some research along with me, and not Unifem, by the way. And we looked into Minnesota laws. And Minnesota has this law in the books that if you're intoxicated, they're like, well, it's really hard if both parties are intoxicated to decide, if consent is not attained or attained. So we're just going to go with consent was attained because you're drunk. So if you have, I think it's 2 drinks, 1 or 2 drinks, it's really low amount of alcohol. In that state, you can be considered like, good luck if you're date raped. Good luck. You won't be able to prove it. And that is disgusting. And the reason why I looked it up and I thought it was relevant, it was because of what they were poking at. And I'm like, no, this is like a problematic issue in several states. And this happens to be in the Minnesota as a problematic issue. But good God, like, is he saying... Okay, so women's inhibitions are down, but is he saying that it's the woman's fault because they had a drink? Like, what's your point, Peterson?
Foolish young women into their beds is to get them drunk. And anybody who doesn't know that is a blind fool. And so now...
I love how he always, like, ad homs. And if you don't realize and agree with me, you're a blind fool.
And so if you have a party and you're a college student and you're...
Yes, there are people that coerce people for sex. There are people that drug people, and there are people that make people drink a lot or take advantage of people that drink a lot. Yes, there's people that take advantage of people. That's not all people. There's some people that do that.
And you invite some women over, including the ones that you might be attracted to, and you serve copious amounts of alcohol. And you know that if you get a young woman drunk, you're more likely to get her into bed. Are you...
Super chat sticker? Thank you, Green Soul. $2.
You manipulating her, or is she an autonomous entity fully capable of making her own sovereign decisions, who knows the ground rules of the game when she enters the door and is there responsible for her own actions? And the answer is a little column A and a little column B, and that makes the whole issue of consent extraordinarily complex. If you consent while drunk and you regret it the next day, is that true consent? And of course that...
You're assuming that's the case. You are assuming that somebody is just like, oh, I'm retroactively revoking this. And the walk of shame, as they like to call it, right? Well, I slept with this guy. My inhibitions were down, but I really wanted because I was horny or whatever. And I regret that. And there's that. And you're assuming that's what it is. But sometimes it's not that. And I feel like that's very dangerous. It is straight up victim blaming. And I feel like not only is it victim blaming, but it's tilted. It's definitely tilted to be a lose-lose for women, for sure. This is just gross. I feel like he should know better. Like, there's no excuse for him. Like, there's literally no excuse.
That's being fought out in legal minefields all across North America. And I think the reason it's being fought out is because...
It's being fought out because we had laws that were archaic that did support what you're saying. And people are now fighting those laws. They've existed in the past. That's not new. We're knocking them down right now. Good God. Linktree so that YouTube doesn't get it all smooch. I do have a link tree. It's not, I forgot to link it on this. Hang on, I'll link it. I see what you're saying. Give me 1 second. Stand by. I am summoning my link tree. Here we go. I'm popping in the link tree right here. That is my link tree, which puts you to relatively interesting links. So my Twitter's there, my YouTube's there, and the coffee and Cash App's there. And if you were to ask me which one do you prefer, coffee or Cash App, I'd say Cash App. But if you want to tip me, that's awesome. If you don't, it's awesome too. I appreciate it if people do, but it's not like my primary reason of being here. So it's just something it helps because I'm fucking poor in a very expensive state. So, but it's appreciated always. So that's my link tree. I think I didn't add it to the video. I really should probably do that. Let me see if I can do that. See if it'll let me. Sometimes it won't let me further into the video or not. Broadcast must be, yeah, so it won't let me add it later. But I'll do it later after retroactively I'll add it.
It's actually a complicated question. What does it mean to give consent? How old do you have to be? Like if you have 3 drinks, can you give informed consent?
That's bad.
Well, maybe you couldn't for a medical procedure. Could you if you had...
So you're complaining about the person not able to give informed consent, but why aren't you complaining about the person that is taking, the person that is going across the boundary, the person that is a rapist? Why aren't you giving them the attention and heat?
One drink? Well, I studied the effects of alcohol for years on...
Yeah, because you're a wino. Boom, I said it. Now everybody's going to get me clipped for addict shaming, but I'm actually hypocrite shaming.
Cognitive ability and function. And it's a highly inhibiting. That's why people like it, because it removes the regulatory constraint from hedonic behavior, including aggressive behavior. It's lots of fun. And
well, I do agree that alcohol lowers your inhibitions. And so a lot of people use it for just socializing. So you have a couple of drinks and you're relaxed. And I have to say that I generally don't need it to socialize. However, I would say, like if I'm with a group of friends that I'm comfortable with and know, and I mean, I can be sober and with a group of friends that I don't know too, but if I was to say with the ease of relaxing, I would say that if you put me in a house party with 30 people and you just dropped me in the middle and I only knew 2 people, if you give me alcohol, I'm going to be a lot more relaxed about everything. If you don't give me alcohol, I'm going to have social anxiety. So yeah, no duh. But doesn't mean I have to get sloppy drunk or crazy. And it doesn't mean that I have to have it. It just means that obviously one will make it more comfortable than the other. It doesn't mean I don't know. It's like almost like he thinks that you have to be dependent on it. And it's like in college, everything's in excess, right? Everything's in excess in college. People are stretching their wings. It's their first time home. There's a lot of people that are excessive in college, but that's kind of been an ongoing problem.
It amplifies sociability for many people. It's got an opiate effect that's pain killing and a stimulant effect that's like cocaine, and it's an anxiety reducer. So it's a killer party drug. And so you add some alcohol into the mix and you think, well, did the young woman give consent? And
no, that's not the first thing I think. That actually is not the first thing I think. Oh, you had alcohol, so you didn't give consent. That isn't actually the first thing I think. Plenty of people go out drinking in order to meet someone for a one-night stand, men and women. There's not always some sinister purpose of having alcohol in a social setting.
Answer to that is, well, what the hell is consent? And then one answer is, well, you have to have a legal document. And then you think, well, you might as well just get married then, because that's the whole point. But here,
No, that's not the whole point, actually. And the legal document thing, I mean, I can see why somebody might do that particularly, but it's making it incredibly complicated.
Here's an open question. Like, I really think this might be true. Marriage is consent.
No. Generally, when you get married, yes, you want to sleep together. But there is a concept of ongoing consent, which is a little bit different. So generally, when you get married, you say these vows to have and to hold and things like that, which generally suggests sexual relation. Generally, you've talked about sex, I would certainly hope, before you get married, what you like or don't like or whatever. If you have somebody that's like, absolutely not, I have no desire to have sex, and you get married to somebody and the other person really wants to have sex, like, well, that's not good. You have a problem there. So yeah, there's a part of it, I guess. But it's so dangerous to say marriage equals consent, because I feel like now you're getting into the realm of it's impossible to get raped in marriage, and it's absolutely possible. It's absolutely possible.
That's what marriage means. Full informed consent. And it's the only.
So informed consent is a concept that he's brushing over. So informed consent, a lot of times people will hit up on people and hook up, and they'll hook up and not tell the truth about themselves. They won't say that they're actually married, or they won't say that, they pretend like they have a job that they don't, or status that they don't, or whatever. And you're sleeping with people uninformed. Even STIs, uninformed consent there. But marriage doesn't necessarily mean that it's completely informed either. You're assuming that people are doing things that they're supposed to be doing. That's often not the case, even in the most conservative times in our society. I just think that marriage is sort of an ongoing thing instead of like a one and done.
Form of full informed consent. All things being equal, given how dangerous sex is in the most fundamental sense, given how socially destabilizing it is, given how difficult it is to integrate into a full personality across time, given how much is at risk for children and women in particular, that the issue of consent is so important that it basically devolves into something approximating marriage by necessity.
I agree. The only proviso I would place on that is that one of the really profound successes of 20th century feminism was in reconceptualizing rape, which in most traditional legal systems is understood as a crime against a woman's male kin.
Oh my God. Now we're going to go back to, we need to pay 50 shekels to the dad because like the daughter was raped, Old Testament style. Good grief. This woman is a commander's wife. Louise Perry is a commander's wife. I'm just saying. Lauren says, to get them drunk and to say no, which Peterson thinks all men would rape women if given it. I mean, that's kind of how he's painting it. He's insulting men while he's insulting women at the same time. Like a man has no ability to put the brakes on or care about consent. It's all the woman, right? It's still the woman's job, right, to put on the brakes. And if you can't drink, if you're drunk, you can't do that. Like, it's bullshit. Just very offensive. Honestly, all jokes aside, JP is at a point right now where the only proper response to him is eat a bag of dicks. Exactly, I agree. I think there's ways that we can be proactive and protect ourselves, but we always can end up falling victim to somebody, right? And so I hate to say this. I was talking to a man and I said, like, when I leave a store, one of the first things I do is I get my keys out before I even go out the door because I want to get into my car as soon as possible. I live in a big city and I don't want to be struggling with a bunch of bags or whatever. And it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be SA. It could be like being mugged, or whatever, carjacked. So I tend to, gather my things in a certain way where I feel like I'm less likely to be a target and be aware of my surroundings. I know a lot of women that are like that are proactive. But if a woman isn't like that, or if you make a mistake, per se, and by a mistake, I mean you didn't do anything wrong, but maybe you parked near a van, or you parked, like, that is not your fault. I'm sorry. It's still always the monster's fault. It's always the perpetrator's fault. Always.
Reconceptualizing it as a crime against the woman herself, which therefore makes it marital rape explicable in a way that it isn't in the old model. It clearly is the case that it is possible to be raped within marriage. I think it's also absolutely the case that we are forced to draw bright lines when it comes to the law. We're forced to say that, the age of consent is 16.
So did she say you can be raped in marriage? Because I feel like that went by really fast. Okay, so she does mention it's a crime against the male kin, which again, give a goat and shekels and everything's fine.
Reconceptualizing it as a crime against the woman herself, which therefore makes it marital rape explicable in a way that it isn't in the old model. It clearly is.
Okay, so she's talking about it in neutral terms. So because we've gotten away from saying rape is a offense to the kin, and we're saying rape is offense to a woman, now what? What are you trying to say?
It's the case that it is possible to be raped within marriage. I think it's also absolutely the case that...
So she's completely neutral there, but now she's giving an opinion where she says, I think it's also absolutely the case.
We are forced to draw bright lines when it comes to the law. We're forced to say that, the age of consent is 16, that X...
Why are we forced to say that? Why are we forced to, I mean, we have a law, but you're phrasing it in a way that's like, this is a bad thing. Neurologically, people develop in a way where it makes sense to have 16 and 18 as deadlines of, where you're in adulthood. I would say 18, actually, frankly.
The amount of alcohol in the bloodstream constitutes, above the legal driving limit, et cetera, et cetera. We're forced to draw bright lines. We have to also recognize, and we all know intuitively that there's...
She's talking about alcohol. So, I think 16 is the case in Canada, 21 is the case in the US.
Lines are fallible, and that there is a huge amount of grey space between what is legally permissible and what is good. And I think that the problem with basing any kind of system of sexual ethics on consent as a bare minimum is it becomes impossible to talk about that grey space. And what you often find actually is women, particularly during Me Too, women who would talk about distressing sexual experiences, which actually normally didn't meet the legal threshold for being criminal, but which they nevertheless experienced as upsetting, as disturbing, as whatever, often involving alcohol, as you say. Briefly on that point, one of the things a lot of people don't know is that there's a cognitive bias in men where they tend to overestimate a woman's sexual interest in them.
And that's their fault too, right? Good God. I think she's worse than, I don't know, they're the same. I think I'm just bothered because she's a woman. There are no neutral terms. Well, I agree that there are no neutral terms of rape. I'm just expressing how she's talking about it, which is, woo. Ugh. Yeah, being smart and looking out for your safety is all right, but when they pair it with it's your fault, and we can't determine who consented if you have a couple beers. Now that's a problem. That's a big problem. Yeah, men have no control and women have control. But if you control too much, you're a prude. And if you sleep around, you're a slut. And if you get raped, it's your fault. Okay? That's what I've learned here today.
And it's not the other way around. And that bias is exaggerated by alcohol. So you have men who are very drunk and who really do read signs of sexual interest from women who are in fact not sexually interested in them and who are incapacitated by alcohol, and it all ends up being
You were very, very sympathetic to this incapacitated man, probably rapist, by alcohol, but you are not sympathetic to the woman because she had a couple drinks. You notice that?
About teenagers who are raised on porn and have, it's a complete disaster. Like the whole cauldron mix is basically perfectly designed to produce these scenarios. And often you have women who are coming out of these scenarios feeling really distressed, but they don't have the moral language to talk about it because they don't want to use terms like chivalrous. They don't want to talk about gentlemen. They don't want to talk even about morality and good and bad. What they have in their vocabulary toolkit is consent. And so you will say that X, Y, Z.
Because consent is better than being a gentleman. Like gentleman implies politeness, and it's a veneer, sort of like niceness. You can be nice and not kind. If kind is like a virtue that's within you, but nice is transactional and you're looking for behavior. The same thing, sort of. It's the same thing. Oh, you're a gentleman. Oh, you're a gentleman. So you're home trained, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're good or safe. Yeah, I agree. I think it's good to be careful. Yeah, the boys will be boys. It just disgusts me. It's gross.
Encounter wasn't consensual, whereas actually that's not the best way of describing what went wrong. And trying to just...
I think it is a really good way of describing what went wrong. Incredibly good. In fact, more detailed than it was wrong. It was outside of marriage. I think it makes far more sense.
They're in bed, the consent model, which often just... What consent workshops are really is just they're attempts at ideological interventions. The idea is that we sit kids down and we tell them in words of one syllable, don't rape each other. But of course, we know that's not how social interactions work. That's not actually a kind of intervention that's really going to make a difference, because the would-be rapists aren't listening, for one thing, and also because that's the complexity of sexual relationships is just so too difficult to sum up in that kind of simple message. But that's all we've got, and so this emphasis is just on reiterating and reiterating.
So, don't rape each other is bad and consent's bad, but if you get married, it's just automatic consent. It's like a fast pass. If you get married, it's like the diamond lane on the freeway, and you just can go through all the tolls, right? Like there's no like checks and balances. There's no ability to say no. It's just how it is. Oh, it's sad. Yeah, chivalry is behind the point, besides the point. Oh, God.
A transplant from the 13th century, but it's definitely the case. It's also definitely the case that unsophisticated males are not very good at reading, what would you say, anything but explicit signals of no, right? Sophisticated people.
So in these consent workshops that you're complaining about, when we're talking about seek enthusiastic consent, is to try to solve that problem for males. So males sometimes are confused, and I think it's Sir Thomas More that said silence gets misconstrued as consent, and he's not talking about sex, but like just in general, like if under oppression. But it's kind of the same mistake that some people make is like, oh, you're tolerating this, you must approve. If you disapprove, you would stop me. And like, again, citing EKC, it's very EKC, like, it's your job to set the boundary and tell people when they step over it. And now we're doing a better job, and we're saying, no, it's our job to talk about, is this okay? And is this the boundary? And you're okay with that. And I think it's a much better way to go about that. I think that's a good thing. Why is this a bad thing with these people? I just think it's odd that it's a bad thing in their mind. Part of consent is so that the signals aren't mixed. It's to empower women to be able to say yes or no, empower men to say yes or no. Men need to be able to give consent. Men can get raped too, actually. That's something that like people forget. Like it is possible. It does happen.
Can tell by a polite glance, let's say, whether or not interest is being manifested. And then they play a very slow incremental game, which is romance, by the way, checking each other out for consent at every stage. And you cannot replace that with a rule-governed system. the attempt to do that is, first of all, going to be intrusive and tyrannical and awkward. And second, it's putting
It's tyrannical. There's that word. He loves to call everything tyrannical.
the cart before the horse. The unsophisticated people aren't going to be able to use that system anyways. And then you have like three people, you have a crowd in the bedroom. You have the young man and you have the young woman and you have the whole idiot phalanx of DEI bureaucrats. They're trying to mediate the social relationship, and that's just not going to work at all. And here's another thing I've been thinking about. I talked to my wife, who I know you talked to on her podcast, about this quite a bit. So here's an interesting idea. So males compete for status, and the essential dimension of competition that differentiates them from women, I would say, is something like productive economic generosity. It's something like that. Now, it's not like women aren't productive and it's not generous, but the ground rules are different. Women are looking to equalize the economic disparity that's attendant upon differential cost for reproduction. And so men are evaluated on the basis of their potential for economic reciprocity and generosity. And that gives them status, males. And so women peel from the top of that hierarchy. Basically, they let males compete it out on the economic front, and then women select from the top down. And the higher...
No, that's not at all what I've witnessed. Women work very hard at the positions that they're at, like the ones I've known. That is definitely not peeling from the top. You don't just suddenly get fast-tracked to the top. I don't know anybody that's had that experience as a woman. Yeah, coercion is something that people don't talk about either, and that can happen in a marriage as well, for sure. We got into a fight in the Great Debate days with Tommy Hall about this, and I just keep getting flashbacks to that because he was just adamant that it's impossible to get raped in a marriage.
The status a woman has, the higher the status of the mate that she can obtain. Now, that brings up a question, which is, what gives women status? And that's a really hard question. Because first of all, we know that economic viability is not one of those things. So male economic viability...
I could be buffering. I'm trying to give it some time to buffer. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's causing this. I'm plugged in too, and I'm supposedly on the fastest internet possible. But for whatever reason, StreamYards gets really weird sometimes. It looks like I'm fine again, though. I'm just kind of waiting it out to see. Is it better? Testing. Checking it out. Let me see. I'll check my stream real quick. In a different spot. Okay.
Sexual success are correlated insanely highly. It's like 0.6, 0.7, crazily high. One of the most powerful single variable relationships that you can find in all of the social sciences. Far higher than the relationship between intelligence and life success, for example. But the correlation between female economic viability and sexual attractiveness is lower than zero. So it's actually slightly negative. So it's a massive sexual dimorphism. So then you ask, well, what gives female status? And well, one of the answers is obviously associated with beauty and reproductive capacity and sexual attractiveness. Those things all tangle together.
Oh my gosh. Your ability to have my babies and that you're pretty. That's all you got. Okay? That's all you got. I paused it when I saw that you guys said I was buffering. I'll play it again.
Competition that differentiates them from women, I would say, is something like productive economic generosity. It's something like that. Now, it's not like women aren't productive, and it's not like they're not generous, but the ground rules are different. Women are looking to equalize the economic disparity that's attendant upon differential cost for reproduction. And so men are evaluated on the basis of their potential for economic reciprocity and generosity. And that gives them status, males. And so women peel from the top of that hierarchy. Basically, they let males compete it out on the economic front, and then women select from the top down. And the higher the status a woman has, the higher the status of the mate that she can obtain. Now, that brings up a question.
I think that goes both ways. I don't know very many quote unquote high status men, men that are wealthy. successful, and then if you add good looking to the mix at the same time, I don't know very many men that are dating below that. Unless they like dumb and pretty. That exists sometimes, but the 15th century just called. They're asking me, can we send JP back? Maybe he's a doctor, just a really conservative, screwed up doctor.
Which is what gives women status? And that's a really hard question. Because first of all, we know that economic viability is not one of those things.
Jane
so male
Austen
economic viability and sexual
wrong.
success are correlated insanely highly. It's like 0.6, 0.7, crazily high. One of the most powerful single variable relationships that you can find in all of the social sciences, far higher than the relationship between intelligence and life success, for example. But the correlation between female economic viability and sexual attractiveness is lower than 0. So it's actually slightly negative. So it's a massive sexual dimorphism. So then you ask, well, what gives female status? And well, one of the answers is obviously associated with beauty and reproductive capacity and sexual attractiveness. Those things all tangle together extraordinarily
That's your
tightly.
value, guys.
That's not the only thing, I don't think. And so this, I think, is really worth thinking about.
I'm glad.
So imagine that you have an attractive girl and a variety of relatively high status men are chasing her. Now, you might ask, well, how do they evaluate her status? And I think they evaluate her status by her ability to say no. So imagine, a high status.
Here we go again. Your ability to say no to men and be choosy. That could be what he's saying as well. Or your ability to remain a virgin affects your status, right? So if you sleep with a lot of people, maybe you like a lot of sex, your status is going to go down. We hear this from Jordan Peterson. We hear it from his daughter. We hear it from that gal named Pearl. We hear that from Andrew Tate.
This person offers himself or herself to you. And if you're of lower status, you're going to say yes right away. But one marker of higher status is, well, no, I don't need what you're selling. Yeah, but what I'm selling is great. Yeah, but I have so many offers that I'm not inclined to take your offer because I have options. And it's no on the part of women that signal.
I'm going to try something. It seems like I'm getting a lot of buffering. I'm going to try something real quick. Stand by. Try this. I'm going to change my camera up and take my camera off. And then I'm going to change this. 1 second. There we go. All right. We'll see if that improves my ability to stream. And then I'm going to change something else here.
I really believe this is the case. It's voluntary no on the part of women that signals their status. And so I don't think young women know this at all because they want to know how to compete with men, let's say, in the power game. And that's a tough question because women are smaller and they're not as physical.
Okay, I had to do a workaround here. So I was stuck. What I was trying to do is see if I could get it from buffering. So what I did is I changed one of my programs. And then when I did it, it was like, oh, I'm going to detach you from the stream. So stand by. I'm going to get that fixed. Fun stuff. Now, I used to be able to do all this without any problem, but now it's just giving me a hard time. I have no idea. All right, back to the case against the sexual revolution with the commander's wife, Louise, and Peterson. All right, let's go. I think the sound will be on. If the sound isn't on when I play, let me know.
Physically powerful, and economic prowess isn't as attractive to them, and it doesn't make them more viable on the mating market. So the whole game that women are playing is way different than the game men is playing. So you might say, well, how do women equalize the battle? And I think a huge part of that is by reserving to themselves the right to say no. And you see this, people are stumbling towards this.
You have the right to say no with consent. We can talk about things tipping to idealism of sexual prowess versus virginity, but that's a preference thing, really. That
realization, even on the radical leftist front, because they keep saying no means no. And
yeah, no means no. It's been improved upon. I don't know if you got the memo, but yes means yes is actually far better than no means no.
It's like, well, yeah, I wish it was that clear, but at a drunken frat party, what constitutes no is not self-evident.
Wow. That's why we said yes means yes. It's better than no means no. No means no often suggests that there needs to be a boundary pushed before there's a no. Yes means yes is asking for it. You know, using your words, which you're capable of doing when you're drunk. I'm a really good drunk. And so, like, if we're talking about drunk versus blackout drunk, there's some differences in behavior there maybe, but like your average drunk can get consent. Like if people are equally intoxicated. Yeah, I just don't know what he's working at here. Like what are you doing? Are you defending the frat boys that do rape? Like, what are you doing?
But a clear no on the part of a woman. And I also think that there's every reason to think and plenty of evidence that that's also one of the things that makes men.
So part of the reason why you're fussing about the clear no on part of the women is that we raised women to not say no. We raised women to be demure and submissive and playful and to let your ego down slowly. Women are, oh gosh, let's talk about the emotional labor of dealing with men. I'm just going to sound like a man hater for a half second, but women tend to worry about causing aggression from men sometimes. And so you might have a man that's very forceful and wants to have relations, and you're like, no, no, no. And women will try to let him down softer. It's a technique. It's called fawning. You are a psychologist, right? You should know about fawning. There's flight and there's fight and there's fawning. A lot of women employ fawning. A lot of women try to stroke the ego wall, sort of sliding out of it. I would much rather prefer that people are straightforward and are able to say no and get the fuck out of my face. But like some people try a different technique because we have been taught to be careful on how we step on a man's ego because you never know what the results are going to be. I mean, he's sort of on that line. I'll go back to 115 here.
And let's say in the power game, and that's a tough question because women are smaller and they're not as physically powerful, and economic prowess isn't as attractive to them, and it doesn't make them more viable on the mating market. So the whole game that women are playing is way different than the game men is playing. So you might say, well, how do women equalize the battle? And I think a huge part of that is by reserving to themselves the right to say no. And
we do that with consent. That's part of it.
And you see this, people are stumbling towards this realization, even on the radical leftist front, because they keep saying no means no.
No, we say yes means yes. Catch up. you're like 20 years behind.
It's like, well, yeah, I wish it was that clear, but at a drunken frat party, what constitutes no is not self-evident. But a clear no on the part of a woman. And I also think that there's every reason to think.
So part of the reason why women aren't giving clear no's is because of the way that we have baggage in society. If we can get rid of that baggage and shame and be not afraid of the male ego stomping all over us, then yeah, maybe you'll get a more clear no. Like people are saying no, but like there are some people that are very slippery when they say it. And I think that is due to baggage. I think that's due to experiences that are negative. We've learned to fawn over people that are violent, to stop that, to smooth things over,
Plenty of evidence
to de-escalate.
that's also one
And it's a damn shame that this is a thing.
of the things that makes men desirable in the face of, that makes women desirable
Yeah,
in
why
the eyes
can't
of
the
men,
man back off?
especially
Why
if the
can't he have
men
some
might be
responsibility?
enticed into
Peterson?
pursuing a long-term mating strategy. You know, they'll push on women and see, well, will you say yes right away? And if the answer is yes, especially true for high status men, if the answer is immediately yes, then the guy assumes, well, your status really isn't that high. You can't say no to me. But if the woman says no, even to you, the guy thinks, oh, well, look at that.
This sounds like Steve McRae. This does not sound like Steve McRae. I think he was on Twitter or something. He was saying that basically women want to be chased. It's like people like pursuit, but like when they say no, they actually might mean no, dude. Good God. There's also a literal fear that men will hurt us if we hurt their feelings and reject them. Exactly. And that induces fawning, right? It induces making jokes and sliding out of it and being like, oh, you were cute and all, but I really gotta go. You get people that let down people pretty easy, or try to, and I think that can cause confusion, but I don't think that's where the blame needs to go. I think the blame needs to go on being very unclear in the fucking first place. And if you had the men maybe, I don't know, ask direct questions and accept the response without being violent, then maybe we'd be in a better situation. Yeah, that's a good point, Lauren. There really is a good point. Men are afraid women will laugh at them. Women are afraid that men will kill them. That really is. It is really actually on point. And coercion isn't consent. Absolutely. Steve doesn't like JP. Or doesn't Steve like JP? I don't know, but he sounds like him sometimes, doesn't he? Like there was this one Twitter thing that he was saying that was just like, oh.
You can imagine there's some narcissism in that. Even though I have everything to offer that I have to offer, she's just not falling over. Maybe there's something there that requires further exploration. And you even see this in female pornography. It's so interesting because the classic female pornographic story is, there's this extremely attractive, highly productive man who's got a real capacity for aggression. He's a pilot.
I thought the classic story was there's a UPS driver and he's like, dooper, dooper, doop. And the woman was like, hey. And he's like, oh, okay. And then like they were like, bah, 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 because it's like easy access and it's naughty and da da da. And men like it because they like it's a guy that has no stature, right? And he's with a really hot woman with no stature. It's quite the opposite.
Pirate or a surgeon or a werewolf or a vampire.
Okay, pirate or surgeon, werewolf or vampire. I guess maybe he's talking about romance books then, because like first he said porn, but maybe he means romance books, which I guess is a form of porn. But it is usually written differently.
Or a billionaire. Those are the fundamental female pornographic tropes. And he has women at his disposal. But this woman is shielded off from him. And they dance around each other for a long time, which essentially means that she's saying no. And he's finally enticed into a relationship.
She's talking about the romance novels where the guy pursues and pursues and pursues and pursues. And she's like, no, and pursues and pursues and pursues. And eventually the person breaks down, which is coercion. I do think that there's a lot of female novels that are very effed up. And I'll just pick a popular one that's not necessarily a pornography, but like, we'll pick on two, Twilight and The one that's more pornographic, like is 50 Shades of Grey. I would say that both of those are playing into the trope of like a powerful man that has a horrible sadistic side and a dark past and is like murderous, is going to somehow be subdued by this woman, and for her he's going to change, right? For her, that is not a good thing. I think a lot of us are now recognizing it's not a good thing. I think it's interesting that he thinks that's like the pinnacle of women's porn. Yeah, it's toxic shit. I can't stand a huge chunk of romance in that as a genre. Yeah, it's toxic, but I think part of it, the reason why it's toxic is because our society is toxic and we're reflecting a lot of misogyny still.
With her, where he sacrifices all, his access to all other women, and then they have hot, steamy sex. And so, most of female pornography is extended foreplay, and that's this romantic dance of no, followed by, a very spectacular.
Foreplay is not a romantic dance of no. Oh my God.
Or consummation. And that certainly mirrors it mirrors the optimal female reproductive pathway, obviously, because otherwise it wouldn't be the hottest pornographic fantasy. But I really think it's based in reality. And so I don't know how
it's based in reality, guys. Women want to date psychopaths.
is that you communicate to young women that, especially if they are of high female status, but even if they're not, that the most potent tool they have in their armament with regard to status, with regard to being taken seriously, is their ability and willingness to say no.
A question that I've had a lot since the book was published is there a sexual counter-revolution underway? My answer to that is a guarded yes, a bit. I think what's happened is that we've ended up in this very historically unusual situation where female virginity is not prized. Basically, every society hugely praises female virginity and female sexual.
Actually, still really, really prized. I don't know. I don't know if this woman has a British accent, and so I don't know how it is in the UK, but in the US, it's still really prized. It's still a big thing if you're in certain circles. So it might not be a big thing kind of in my area, but I would say like it still exists in the Bible Belt for sure. And it's not that great. It's still like people are still taking advantage of people. People are still having teen pregnancies. People are still getting STIs, even with virginity escalated in the community.
Restraint, the ability to say no for obvious reasons, because an illegitimate child is a disaster not only for the woman but for her family, for the community. There's a need to be
yeah, there is like a fetishization of virginity too. Yeah,
to be gatekeeping young women. The pill does away. The pill does away with that, and the pill also occurs at exactly the same time as this huge political shift and technological shift, and we now have attempted to reconceptualize women as being sort of like slightly smaller men who basically have the same sexual drives and preferences and so on. We know that this isn't true, but we've given it a good go. And many of the young women who've read my book have been raised with...
Is it not true? I mean, I guess I might have a hard drive. I don't know, but like I do have a high sex drive. It's not like I don't care about it, but I do need it to be connected to a relationship. I can't just go run off everywhere. So like I don't know. I just think it's so funny how quickly she's like, yeah, we know this not to be true. It's like, well, really?
With this expectation and have attempted to have sex like men and have invariably found that it actually makes them miserable. But we also get trapped in this painful strategic impasse where when the expectation is that you will have sex very early on in a relationship and that withholding sex is not socially permissible. It's a weird sign. It's a sign that you're unusual, that you're not playing by the normal rules.
Okay. Is withholding sex not socially, is it socially impermissible? I do think there's a pressure to have sexual relations. I think that started largely in Gen X. I mean, I probably really kind of started with the boomers, really, but I would say like you're a prude. That tug and pull of like you're slut, you're a prude. I mean that was definitely in Gen X, and then with millennials, I mean, it seems like there's still a large expectation of like you should sleep with somebody if you're dating with them and if you're all serious. And that can be interesting because I don't know. I think for each couple and each person, it's something to navigate. I hate that we do live in a society that makes fun of men for being virgins. Now, and a virgin's not an incel necessarily. Like people conflate the two, but like men are made fun of for being virgins, like, you know, late in their late teens, which is just silly. And then women are 1 minute called ice princesses and prude for being virgins. And then by, you know, if they, you know, sleep around and have fun with sex, then they're sluts, right? They're hoes. Like it's just so frustrating because it doesn't have to be so stigmatized, and they're really battling for stigmatization, which is unfortunate. Like I think people should maybe be careful who they sleep with, stuff like that, but like shame really isn't going to help people.
It puts you at a disadvantage. You know, if you are a young woman who doesn't want to be putting out on a first, second, third date, you're already disadvantaged in the dating market, or at least up until recently. But one of the things that I've noticed going and giving talks all over the country is I've often had women come up to me afterwards and say that they like my message, they agree that they are implementing this in their own lives, that they are not having casual sex, that they are not giving into this social pressure. And one of the things I've noticed about these women is they tend to be very beautiful. And I think that that's not coincidental. I think it's because they are the women who have the greatest power within this system and are therefore the ones who can most easily opt out.
It's self-esteem, woman. Sometimes that's attached to it. You know, there are some women that are not as pretty and some of them give up quicker. That does exist. I've seen that. But we're talking about self-esteem and value again, which you're not contributing and helping towards at all.
Of the current set of expectations and can say no without suffering a penalty for it. So I think those women, many of them are already doing that because they've gotten onto the fact that this is actually a miserable system which causes them harm. And my hope is that that will accelerate as other women imitate them.
We'll be back in 1 moment. First, we wanted to give you a sneak.
I love that it pauses on him and he looks so confused. He looks baffled. Like, what did you just say? I don't know what you just said. Exodus, the new series. Let's see here. When is it going to pop back? Okay, Nietzsche. I don't want to do Nietzsche. We're going to skip past that. The pill removed the... Oh, God. He's complaining about the birth... All right, we're going to go back. All right, we're going to go back to this.
Problem for men than it is for women. And we should return to this idea that rape is a violation of male property rights in a moment, because I want to explore that a bit.
Oh my God. Okay, this is the one. This is the comment that brought me here in the first place. Here it is. It's really terrible. Brace yourself. Trigger warning. It's bad. We'll back up to this.
Eventual cooperation of the sexes on the sexual front. So women are checking out men all the time, and women have all sorts of tricks for doing that. They might be provocative, for example, because they want to test a man to see if he can control his temper. And no one likes to talk about that, but any smart woman is going to do that because she wants to find out if her partner, she wants someone who has the capacity for aggression, but she wants someone who can control it, because a man will be provoked by children. And if he can't control his temper, then he's going to be aggressive. And so she has to check that out. And you don't check that out by having a formal conversation. You check that out the same way children check out their parents, which is by harassing them and seeing what happens. And then men check women out. So maybe one of the things a man wants to do if he's going to commit to a long-term relationship.
Sorry, what now? He's saying that women deliberately piss off men to see if they have self-control and their anger, because men get provoked by children, apparently want to smack the hell out of them, apparently. I don't know. I can tell you that there's some men here that I've seen as fathers that are incredibly nurturing and caring, and I just don't see that trait in them. But apparently we need to test them. Good God.
Relationship is he wants to find out, well, does this woman have what it takes to actually commit to a long-term relationship? And what that means in part is that he has to know that she's capable of controlling her impulsive desires,
That's
right?
what I'm
Because otherwise
wondering.
she's going to stray. And that's actually a worse problem for men than it is for women. And we should return to this idea that rape is a violation of male property rights in a moment, because I want to explore that a bit. So
Rape is a violation of male property rights. That's what he just said. Rape is a violation of male property rights. Is that not a Bronze Age idea? Is that not a Bronze Age idea? Oh, this man's daughter was raped. Oh, better pay his father 50 shekels and give him a goat because he defiled property. Wow. It's insulting to men. This is very insulting to men. It's basically saying that men aren't capable of loving, basically. Like they're just, women are property, they're garbage. Yeah, he said, let's get back to the idea that rape is a violation of man's property rights. That's literally what he said. Yes. I'll back it up a little bit. It's bad. This is what was triggering people on Twitter. Is this snippet right here. Oh, did I go back too far? Hang on. I guess I could maybe I've got the wheel. Hang on. This is what happens when I try to make it go backwards. Yeah, exactly. Basically chattel. That's great. That's great, Peterson. Doing good. Oh, come on. All right, where am I at? I am at probably 124.34, somewhere around there. All right, let's go reload.
maybe one of the things a man wants to do if he's going to commit to a long-term relationship is he wants to find out, well, does this woman have what it takes to actually commit to a long-term relationship? And what that means in part is that he has to know that she's capable of controlling her impulsive desires, right? Because otherwise she's going to stray. And that's actually a worse problem for men than it is for women. And we should return to this idea that rape is a violation of male property rights in a moment, because I want to explore that a bit. So you can tell a woman has control over her impulses if she can say no, right? I mean, it's a way of testing. So imagine that you're a young guy with plenty to offer, and you're a hot young woman, and you meet, and you're pretty attracted to each other.
Now
both of you are going to fall under the sway of short-term temptation, obviously.
All right. I'm going to reload. I'm going to pause it. There we go.
So maybe one of the things a man...
Okay. So I don't understand why, Jordan, that a woman simply being a woman that is a person just like a man, you know, and has feelings and consciousness and value isn't enough. Why does she have to be property now? It's so disgusting. Like, why isn't somebody's personhood enough? Why isn't somebody's humanness enough? Why do we have to make somebody an asset? Why do we have to make somebody an object in order for it to be enough? Why do we have to make somebody owned for it to be enough? It's ridiculous. It's disgusting. Right. It's disgusting. So gross. I would expect this from like one of the Lulz Cow guys, you know, like that are like the fundy guys, the clown car posse guys. But I think this was where we feared he was going eventually. But like, I don't think we ever thought that he would actually go this bad.
Wants to do if he's going to commit to a long-term relationship is he wants to find out, well, does this woman have what it takes to actually commit to a long-term relationship? And what that means in part is that he has to know that she's capable of controlling her impulsive desires, right? Because otherwise she's going to stray. And that's actually a worse problem for men than it is for women. And we should return to this idea that rape is a violation of male property rights in a moment, because I want to explore that a bit. So you can tell a woman has control over her impulses if she can say no, right?
That's part of consent in the first place. Yeah, that's true. He is sort of also turning it into that. Or it's like the Bronze Age all over again.
I mean, it's a way of testing. So imagine that you're a young guy with plenty to offer, and you're a hot young woman, and you meet, and you're pretty attracted to each other. Now, both of you are going to fall under the sway of short-term temptation, obviously. Now, the question is, are both of you or either of you capable of being mature in your regard for your iterated future self and the potential of a long-term relationship? And the way the man checks that out is by seeing if the girl will say no. And maybe he checks that even harder because he does everything he can to seduce her, and she still says no. You know, and it works, and he knows she's interested, and she still says no. Well, then he can conclude that she's capable of keeping her pants on, let's say. And that's actually something that you need to conclude if you're going to commit to a long-term partnership, obviously, on the male front, because you want to be assured of paternity. And so...
Oh, God. Yeah, that's the only reason. You want to make sure that it's your kids. Otherwise, you know, that's the only reason, right? Forget intimacy and connection. Forget, I don't know, long-term commitment. It's just about babies. Like, that's it. Yeah, somebody said that he's telling on himself. That could definitely be the case. Yeah. I told my husband what he said. He said, "What the fuck?" Right?
Well, you know, these are very intense games that men and women play with each other, and they're no holds barred games.
You're playing weird games with your wife, dude, if that's what's going on.
Because everything's at stake. But again, it devolves down to this issue of being able to say no, even under intense temptation and provocation. So I don't know how it is that we start teaching young women. Well, we can just start by not lying to them about absolutely everything, which is what we do now. But I don't know how it is that young women can be taught that the most potent weapon they have is their ability to say no, you know, and that's actually a weapon of formidable force.
No, it's not. You just like spent this whole time telling us that no actually means yes on certain circumstances, and that's called romance. So no, actually.
And that it does nothing but confer status upon them. You know, and the fact that you said already that what you see is that it's the obviously high status, high desirable women who are figuring this out first is an indication of that. Because obviously they're the ones that are going to be able to wield that power in the most effective possible manner. But that doesn't mean that it's not useful for women farther down the hierarchy. And, you know, you also said something about women are enjoined to believe they have to be sexually accessible to make themselves successful on the dating market. But I don't believe that's true at all. I think that's a myth. I think that
there is pressure to be somebody that is willing to have relations, at least on the third date. At least. I would say there is some pressure with this. Is this what this guy does? I've heard his name a lot. Yeah, he likes to be disgusting. He has conservative ideas that are I don't know, 50 years ago. And he has a love for Freud and hasn't decided that, oh, let's modernize a bit. He's sort of adopting from psychology from back in the days. And apparently his experiences must shade some of this because it's bizarre. It's disgusting.
You know, if you have nothing else to offer at all but immediate sexual access,
tell I'm getting
that
tired,
might be your
sorry.
only game. But if you have anything at all to offer,
medication right
and
now,
that is
so
what you
I'm
offer, you're
getting
actually going to be thrown
sleepy.
out of the mating game really quickly because the guys will they'll just be turned off and they won't call you back. You'll get, what do they call that? Ghosted, like a no time flat. You know, and the girls might ask, well, you know, I gave the guy what he wanted. Why didn't he call me? And the answer is no, you gave his impulsive libido what it wanted. And that's what you established a relationship with. But you completely sacrificed any possibility at all of being attracted, of you being attractive to his more mature and potentially, you know, long-term productive and sophisticated self.
Maybe we don't want to be attracted to these people. Like, he's a bat. Oh gosh. Okay, the dog's going off. Hey, Raffle. We're live, Raffle. Okay. So my Boston's going nuts on the ball. It's probably about it because he's just gonna stay going nuts because he's like, it's 6:30 and that's usually the time where he has his bonkers moment in the night. And let me see if there's anything I need to cover. He goes on and he does cover the plight of the unsophisticated female, Christianity and feminism, which I'm sure is a joy. Listen to your mother. Raffle, can you stop? And then the tide is turning. So those are the next things. Being that I've gone on and we got to the crux of like the worst. This is the worst of the worst. Gosh, I guess I will give some thoughts. You might hear my dog barking in the background, but I'm not a meanie because he's an old man. He's 13. He can't see. He's still playing. So he needs to, even my dog's pissed off. That's right. I'll just let him play as he does, but I'm just trying to tell him to shush about it a little bit. So anyway, wow. I think the property rights thing is so telling and so gross. And the idea that the pill is something bad, that women should be considered property now, that a woman's value is in her body. But don't put your value in your body either because it's going to fade and you have a shelf life, but do put your value in your body as well. And that's the most potent, thing that you have. Remember, and it's all about, keeping the woman from strain. There's no talk about keeping the man from strain. It's just the woman restrained. And then the person that has to say no is the woman. But he covered consent as being problematic and confusing. And then he says that marriage is implied consent. Oh boy, he's on a roll. He is on a roll. It's been terrible. It's been awful. So, yep, that's Jordan Peterson. I think this is maybe the worst I've ever seen him. I don't think I've seen him as bad as this. I think this is probably the worst Jordan Peterson takes I've ever seen all in one soundbite. I mean, I did a long soundbite, but you could soundbite these things and they're just fucking awful. They're terrible. Raffle, can you stop? So anyway, I want to hear him tell his daughter she's property, right? God, it's disgusting. All right. Well, I think we're going to call it a night here. The dog's had enough. Yes. That is Ruffle Mau. He's my Boston Terrier. And then I have Salad Dog, which is a Husky mix. And about this time, it's usually dinner time and they're riled up and they like to play. And so that's pretty normal. So I was going incredibly long because this was a very long talk. I could have cherry picked some of it, but like there were so many weird points that I kind of wanted to go through all the weird points. I am not on all cylinders today. I am a little bit tired. I have been having some medical problems, which involved a lot of pain. And I currently am hurting actually. So it's making me very tired. I think I did pretty well considering. But yeah, I'm probably going to go lay down after this. Maybe eat something and then lay down. Thanks for coming. It's been good. I would like to do more things like this and talk. I have no idea whether or not I'm going to get like a strike for this or not. We'll see. I think I did do proper commentary, so we're trying to be careful about that. But I also know that some people are just, they're bitches on here. And I was trying to think here. I would like to do like maybe an open hangout next coming up. So I might be doing that, and probably not this weekend, but maybe Monday or Tuesday. We'll see what happens. Also, I'm supposed to do a stream with Wicked Pickle. And Wicked Pickle and I will I'll probably link on my community tab and Discord and Twitter, and I'll put the links out when we do it. We were supposed to do it earlier, but both of us got sick. I've been sick off and on since at least the 21st. And then she's been sick off and on. So because we weren't feeling so great, we delayed it. But I think that eventually we're going to get to it, and we're going to talk about women's healthcare and kind of the immense hurdles that are around that, and how it goes awry. Something like that. Pickle wanted to take the lead on that. I'm just there to support, really, and produce and shit and stuff and things, and maybe be a sidekick host. But I've had some interesting experiences recently, and it's been pretty eye-opening and not good. So anyway, y'all take care, be good, and have a good weekend. Remember, enthusiastic consent is a good thing, and it should be yes means yes, not no means no. And that it shouldn't be that confusing, and women can say no and men can say no too. It's actually possible. But also yes means yes is actually a much better situation. Good God. Don't suck like Jordan Peterson. Do better. We can all do better. And have a good night. Bye. Eat a bag of dicks, Jordan Peterson.